wonderful day today. So I'm really like just waking up like an hour ago. I slept all day because I worked all day yesterday. And shit, I'm up right now. Feeling like under the weather, but I'm trying to go hard because everything has switched over. And I wanted to talk about the reason why we are running out of oxygen. I started to deep think about this, and then I got some notifications on TikTok, and I've been living under a rock because I didn't know that people were saying this about losing oxygen, and I'm like, whoa, 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 that is confirmation. So all of these programs that have been illegally and corruptly housing their family members, housing like the reason for us needing to cut down so many trees. And I don't give a shit. I'm hypothetically speaking right now. I'm being sarcastic on purpose. I don't care if we change the way money is made. We created money out of oxygen. This is all alleged, YouTube. This is just my theory of events. And the reason we can't breathe. We wonder why we keep saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. We misuse this. This is energy. You created it in this form, so it's going to continue to be distributed in this form. Even if you change up and make, let's just say we start making the money out of coupons for real. And coupons, I think I can't use that because it comes from trees too. Let's just say we just start trading again, using real energy. It's always been that. It's like what I'm trying to explain is like money always been energy. Energy was the first currency. So no matter how we make it, the worst thing we ever did was make it out of those leaves, y'all. When we made it out of the leaves and we started to abuse those leaves, there was no way for it to boomerang back. There's no way for us to continue to get that flow back because there's no balance. It's no alignment. The world allegedly works off alignment. Everything is about alignment. So when you fuck that up, I spoke about this before so many times about the exchange of energy. This is why those tribes, see, look, the technology could never be better, even if it was. The tribes did it the best way. You can never play with energy, y'all. That's why they were so careful with how they exchange things, when they exchange things. They even did it, documented, they even did it around certain days, like a ceremony, and these cultists mocked them, copied them, and made this shit evil. So here we go here in 2026, and they're saying that we're running out of oxygen. Well, we should have known that would happen. You guys went around the world, allegedly. You guys went around the world to these occultists and these organizations that said, hey, we could do this and make money and control people and what they could do with this, because that's what y'all did. Y'all didn't think past 2026 to think that, hey, we're cutting down the very thing that give us a way to breathe in this realm. They were so smart, but they missed a few bulbs in their fucking compartment. A few bulbs didn't turn the fuck on because they didn't understand that this was gonna be their own downfall. See, not only, it's like a segregation moment where all the blacks allegedly are affected by this transition because we held them down first, right? And that's probably what's going on. Let's just say out of nowhere those blacks become superior and be the ones that help you out of that transition that you put yourself in. That is what's happening right now. And I'm not saying no, because we've been mixed breeded so much. Some people that are Spanish looking, Caucasian looking may have some of these traits and these, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not being racist saying that. I could never be one. I don't understand how people started this trend of being racist. I don't know, like, what happened with the KKK allegedly, because they were the ones who, you know, just made people, inspired them to be racist. So, and by the way, did I tell y'all this? I'm kind of distracted, right? But they play a part in this. Hey guys, we can control them with this. Allegedly, the KKK is known to be reunified with the Brotherhood, Freemasons, y'all. Oh man. And we tell ourselves all the time they own everything, they do everything. So it's like, again, sit here with the Malcolm X pose like this and say, so what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing with these people? These BLK Smooths, and I got a pack of the BLK Smooth. No sponsorship. These BLK Smooths be so happy. Like that saying, you could tell when a person never had nothing. You could tell when you never felt important or powerful enough to fit the fuck in the room. So when they offer you to sit with them, you don't know what else to do. You can't stand strong. You can't stand like those Black Panthers and say, nah, I'm on my own. You can't, like the old Gucci, you can't stand with Gucci and say, nah, I do this shit by myself. You know? That's why we don't have no oxygen. This is why the way people treat each other, it's not about the physical part of the leaves being taken, it's the way you're using those leaves. Because again, remember, those leaves can be used in different ways according to America. We showed you how it's done. We seen a lot of people say, well, in other countries they do this too. Well, we pave the fucking way. They look up to us like a sister, a sisterhood, bitch, a brotherhood. Yeah, lately I have been in the mood of not giving two fucks from the back, and I know what could happen when I do that, and I'm like, hurry up and do it, because I'm getting karma. It's like, when you know you get karma behind everything that happens and everything you do, it's like, go ahead and fucking do that shit. And I wish the whole world thought, like, why the fuck, why didn't I think like this before? Why did it take me so long? On my 39th year, the year that these brotherhood guys might really try to play with me too much, because they love these numbers that they like to play with when they don't understand the severity and playing with those spirits that's attached to those energies. Oh, wouldn't want to be them. It's like when you never knew nothing, when you find out something, you got to show people that you know what I'm saying? That's how the world is. That's how these organizations are. Like, we've got all the knowledge, we've got all the money, and you wonder why you can't breathe. You wonder why there's no oxygen. You see, I wouldn't want to be amongst the few that's playing with these energies in this currency that's tied to energy, because currency, we make the currency matter. We make the currency valuable. The energy does. And that's what makes currency energy itself, because it is like of us, because God made it. God didn't make no motherfucking money. We did. Man made it. Man wanted it to be powerful. There's a trait of the devil. The trait of the devil. Allegedly, these occultists and this brotherhood, this illegal, corrupt program that's been surveillance and target individuals for centuries, since the Trail of Tears, they feel more powerful when they're in control like this. They could never walk amongst the world like us. They will feel like the biggest fucking losers ever. And we walk around with nothing, not knowing that we could have these things. But the energy, the currency is being mishandled. And then I like to be a part of these these campaigns to do better. Like, as far as the president goes, this guy's doing things, dismantling things. He's tainting his aura with good energy by fucking shit up that's been corrupt so long, and doing things people would never have done. And it's causing alignment for him. It's causing an alignment for any lineage tied to him. And it get deep like that. And then people feel like, oh, we're gonna get you. Like that Blueface song. Don't realize the angels gonna get you first, sucker. See, look, and if the angels allow you to continue to build that momentum up like an FBI trial, you know what I'm saying? Build that motherfucker up from the Rudy to the Tootie. You gonna keep getting by. Like, where's your God? He's not coming out. He's not coming out. Bitch, he gonna come when you least expect it. Like that Jesus quote, bitch, he's coming soon. You never know when he's coming back. I like to feel like I'm doing something for somebody else, and it makes me feel happy. And I think about other people that have these resources, and with the thought of knowing that money is oxygen, y'all, from now on, do better with it, right? But some of these elitists and these occultists, they know this, and that's what make them the most valuable to the devil and the most surveillance to the angels. Just like we're under surveillance by them, they're being under heavy surveillance by the angels. They're like this. Like, imagine your face like this. You're asleep. The coaches, of course, brotherhood guys will go to the lodge, and the angels just like examining their ass. This is how I feel in a way. This is just my theory. I never said I was God. I said, I have discernment. But they, to the occultists, the ones that's corruptly, just taking for people, sabotaging their lives. Y'all know, us targeted ones. Imagine those spirits, and that's why they feel like it's ghosts and, oh, these are demons. Ooh, no, 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 no. You're the demon. They're watching you. They're trying to understand you. And then your ancestors, you fucking them up. This to the occultists. Your ancestors are the ones you care about the most, and you fuck them up the most when you get out here. Which, see, look, your alliance strict you. I'm talking to the brotherhoods, yeah, and the sisterhoods, because as of today, you girls are allowed in the lodges. So I'm talking to you too. Imagine you let your folks down just because you want to be powerful. You want to feel like you got the most oxygen, right? This is the reason why we have none. You got it all at your lodge. Well, I got to turn this off. They going to come snipe me on lives. And no weapon force shall prosper. Oh, let me turn it down, y'all. I'm just doing a video, guys. Listen, I got to get them this message, y'all. Imagine you let down your most important ancestor. You didn't know that your ancestors end up being your angels. Oh my God. What if I'm right? Y'all see, look, I didn't tell YouTube this is for entertainment purposes. I never told you I was right. But what if I'm right? What if great Annie, your great granny, and her mammy, and oh my God, your favorite pawpaw end up being your ancestor? Oh my God. So when you say, ooh, these are demonic spirits, and all the while it's pawpaw and mama. To the cultists, to your brotherhood guys, you might not want to go to the lodge tomorrow, but listen, imagine that is pawpaw. Ooh, and you might say, well, pawpaw the one passed it down. Oh my God, but what if pawpaw is in the rim now? Like, oh, I fucked up. Johnny boy, please do right. Please, you're all I have. And he's burning away. There's no, allegedly for entertainment, there's no organs to take, and there's no revival of hearts that you can make. There's no cheat sheets that you could take, that you could, I guess, buy some time so you can stay in your place. Oh no, you need those actual deeds, not the ones you made up and the ones they kind of change up when the person passed over like they did me. Not those. We talking about the actual ones you deed in with the first. What we talk about in this live in the beginning, guys. Yeah, this what needs to be seminared at the lodge. What did we talk about? The energy being the first currency. Just like we changed food stamps to a digital card, bitch. You changed the energy to the fucking. You cut those trees down. Y'all cheated. That shit's so lame to the angels. They're like, these motherfuckers, they don't know what they doing. They just giving it out. Bitch, all the oxygen. You get oxygen. You get oxygen. Everybody get oxygen, bitch. And they don't get none. We gonna use this for fun. Oh my God, imagine if the angels looking at us with the fucked up face, with the dick face, like, these motherfuckers really serious? And then they look at all these homeless people. They look at people like me. These people tried to put me out so many times, did work. I won the appeal and all. Now they, oh God, our business shut down. Oh my God, you still gotta move. And matter of fact, you gotta move soon. What are you gonna do? Just disgusting stuff. And you know what? You know what happens when that energy returns in a different, like you don't, this is why they say don't repay evil for evil. You wanna know why? Because if someone's being evil to you, let's just say the cultists, because they're normally evil in their way of living. Imagine the cultists, these large guys, being evil to you and whatever they done to you, right? To forcefully show you that it's nothing you could do, right? It's so beautiful. And and you repay them with kindness. You be like the Giusettes. You be like Jesus days, and you do the hand prayers like my auntie would and say, I'm going to pray for you. Matter of fact, let's pray now. And they pray for you. And they really mean it. Even if they don't pray for you, they show you that prayer in their reaction to whatever you just done to them while they walk that uh the walk of shame away from whatever you just did to them, right? When you in that powerful moment, guys, we done it. You know, celebrating too. Probably got a party in the next field while y'all putting them out their house. It's just embarrassing. And they react in a totally different manner. Not the irate and just dramatic. Tyler Perry need to come film this type of shit. They give you a blessing. They be kind to you. This is porn witchcraft right here. What I'm telling you, basic levels. This is what people do every day. This is what the English language, allegedly, this is for entertainment. This is what the English language teach us, bitch, witchcraft. With affirmations. Look how they study those tribes. So obsessed. Study the tribes and threw that shit in there. They studied, bitch, those people and mimicked us in the whole English language. Even told you Yahoo. Because in God we trust. But they didn't mean the God you thought. And you allegedly gotta be. Oh God. There's no way possible the KKK that reunified. This is what they said. This isn't what I said. The KKK that reunified and into the Freemasons join alliances with some of these police officers and these government vehicles that say in God we trust. There's no way they riding around with that, bitch. That's when I said something ain't right. And I get it now though, but I didn't know then. You know, I get it now though. I get it. You know what? What a fucking way to confuse the masses. But guess what? You're now a part of that shit, that fucking confusion. Cause it's no way to escape not having oxygen. It's like going to space without the right gear, bitch. You're fucked up. Here, only people, here go that energy reaction I keep talking about. This shit is important. Our ancestors made a way to give us this shit. So it's like never forget this one. But because, and this is energetic, it's universal, bitch. Even the trees gonna cover you at this point. Like, oh God, come over here in my huddle. I made a hole for you. You don't want to see what's coming. Because those ones abusing that energy is tainted. You guys are plainted to the motherfucking karma. Oh God, you had it in your hands. It's like there's no way to erase it off. There's no way to bleach it off. There's no way to buy it off, guys. You got even all the money in it. Look, you keep most people bumming so they won't be able to buy their way out of tactics. And look, you can't buy your way out of this one. No money involved. Keep the change, you filthy animals. That's how the energy is with this. There's no way the fuck out. Like another movie that they need to make. No way out. Only way out possibly is like a repentance. The last one, bitch. You know what I'm saying? The only one it's the only one you got. It's to change your motherfucking ways. Like, oh God, strip the whole table, throw all that shit off. Burn that bitch. You know, no weapon formed shall prosper. This for entertainment, YouTube. For the occultists, the brotherhood guys, your whole program, shut that shit down. That's the only way you get the fuck out. The bunkers won't even protect you. Oh, I promise you. And you don't want to go to space. Oh, boys, they gonna do you worse than you did my ancestors. Oh, God, they saw you from afar. These guys only care about money. They're gonna change space into motherfucking... There's no way. And then they study you like the robots. You know what I'm saying? You see, this the thing. Most people, this where the money, this where the oxygen went, right? You gave oxygen to the robots, bitch. Listen, allegedly. This the good thing about the robots. That's why you stay kind and keep in mind that quote I just gave you about people never repay evil for evil. This shit is important. It's not just about having pride or looking like the good guy. It's deeper than rap being manipulated, bitch. This is the key right here. I'm giving free sauce, right? Because guess what? That energy, it's like it stays with us. That reaction stays with you. It's like a ding that keeps going in the energy you feel. And you give a different one, and the other one's dong. You know, that shit never goes. So we walking around with dings and dongs. It's like, oh God, dong. And you wonder why those spirits that they feel like are demonic when really they're mimicking you, because allegedly the spirits work for fucking us now. Oh God. It's like a police force. They work for us, but they really don't act like it. The motherfucking angels work, but they really take their job serious. They're like, I ain't doing shit. That's what you wanted me to do. Don't get mad at me, bitch. And this hoe called me what? They feel offended now. It's like a Cherokee Blackfoot bitch being called the Indian. Like, bitch, I ain't come from the Indo. You know what I'm not Indonesian. They get offended, ho. Don't play with me. So, and then you don't show God what your ancestors left you behind using that oxygen. Because it's like we had free will, so we were able to be forgiven with things. If that's the case, then we should have used the oxygen in a way that it benefited us and gave us all oxygen. Then it would have rotated, and now we won't be in this predicament of wondering where the oxygen's going and what percentage we're going to be at. We won't have to worry about that. We'll probably have too much oxygen. We'll probably have enough ferment, right, to start another civilization. Because we got that. We want that. We deserve it. We know what we're doing. No, all we're caring about is controlling it. That's the worst thing we ever done, y'all. I wouldn't want to be the judge. I wouldn't want to be the enforcement, because according to how the world is right now, something ain't right. And that's why they wondering why we're running out of oxygen. Well, duh, bitch. You didn't believe those tribes when they told you that or those scientists that told you that these leaves give you oxygen to breathe, or maybe you did know that, and that was a population thing. I'm just hypothetically speaking, that you wanted to control and you thought that you can escape it, but now you realize that this for the occultists, you're a part of it now. No way out. No way into space out of it, because, well, I won't even tell you the hints on that one. Just hurry up and go. Like taking everybody to Africa knowing it's really a reservation trap. Oh, allegedly. Oh God, I crack myself up sometimes. I was trying to hold that one back, but it's up for debate. Why are we running out of oxygen? Somebody else tell me why. Y'all leave it in the comments, because we do this for each other. We do this so that we can converse, you know what I mean, and put things into perspective. But you answer me, why are we running out of oxygen? So there may be theories of the firmware and firming and the ozone layers and space layers. You go tell me all that. Shout out to the scientists. But really be honest. What is a part of those ferments and ozone layers and nature? What is a part of it? Nature. The trees that we keep cutting down to build. Y'all keep running past that. Y'all know that's really the reason for so many things. So many things. So many things. So many things. You keep cutting them. This is why we're out of oxygen. And the fact that that oxygen that we taking from the universe and nature, we abuse it in so many ways, and you fund corrupt organizations with it. You do it. Some people put hit outs on people with it. It's so many things that people do bad things with money with, and they don't realize they are the cause of the decline of of reproducing that energy, like a tail on a cat that regrows. We could do that because we magical, all of us. But we're the cause of our own destruction, as of not being able to utilize this oxygen. It's like the oxygen is going extinct, like the dinosaurs, because we did that. Ooh, allegedly. So don't play crazier than me to ask, where's the oxygen going? Why don't we have oxygen? Tell the scientists, come with it. Don't play with it. This is the time of the knowing of these people making people scared to not tell us as a whole what's really going on in the world is over with. Because other countries, that's one thing they don't do. Now, they may join alliances and take some ideas just for reasons that because they're very spiritual. The only reason they do certain things that we show them is to, because in mind they're sacrificing this because this very thing is going to benefit their country. That's the only reason why. We do it for pleasure reasons. Here in the land of the free, we do it for pleasure reasons. Allegedly, we do everything to show and tell. These other places don't do that, don't care for it, and think that is very amateur of us. They think it's very selfish of us. They feel like poor Americans, they don't know what, they say these things. It's not alleged. They say these things. So, and we wonder why. So these places are mad at us. There won't be no need for wars. There won't be no need for none of these, we all will be able to just get along if we was treating each other better. It starts at home, and we're the home of the free, bitch. Because allegedly it was free here. People got shipped the fuck out, and then just like an Indian reservation, allegedly, they tried to force us into one, and tell us, oh, you all from Africa. When we made Africa was us, we was one, bitch. People forget that and they miss that, and it's all for money. When why is Africa poor and we're not? If we're all supposed to be really the same. Where's all this money going that's being knocked down? How come America, sorry guys, I love America, but I'm just saying, we got to switch up. It's all about us. Don't get mad at the messenger. Really think about it. Why are we're the only ones very, rich as far as the structures and the buildings and the homes and stuff, but everybody there is poorer than these countries that don't have that structure that we have? Why? Ask yourself that. Because they don't have these trees and these we're the cause of it for everyone, not just our country, the other countries, because then they lose their oxygen too. We supposed to be the benefiter. See, our tribe members that lived here before the colonizers, they benefited for everyone, all the other countries. This is why most of these spiritualists and these hippies and people who've never followed trends even before trends were invented, they're gonna start saying stuff. I guarantee you, mark my words. They're going to stop, because I hear these people say it behind the scenes, especially when they meet people like me. They get comfortable and they say these things, and I'm like, wow, give me a different perspective. But yeah, these people are noticing this, and then a lot of them were in love with how those tribe members lived, because it kind of more benefited them more that way. They were able to come to borders that was once just open. Sorry, Trump, I love you, but I know you had to do what you had to do because they fucked up shit. So I salute you. But before that was needed to be done, they were able to come amongst one and say, hey, I have these mules and I have these things to trade for you. And they have something even better for exchange for them. Everybody was eating off the land and themselves. Everybody was working, not only working for themselves, like making America great again. They was working for themselves and able to benefit for those other people. They were able to grab some grains and things that they didn't have from another town with no money, with just what they have. It was better, y'all. Now we're worse than those foreign countries that kept those perspectives in a way, and we call them broke because they stay like that, not realizing they coming up, they really living better, they're really more supplied, they're really more prepared, they're not losing as much oxygen as we are because they're the alignment, and we don't see it. See, this is a psychic detective for you guys, brotherhood boys. I'm trying to help you out. See, look, you think you're doing better. This how we feel. This how the colonizer feels. Some of you guys' ancestors felt when they saw those TPs and they saw those tribes. I talk about them a lot because they lost so much. So sometimes people forget. So I'm here to bring it back. those teepees and those mud homes, and they saw all how they lived, and they felt like they could do better. See, this is when oxygen was at an all-time high. There was breeds that in the world that you probably would never see in your existence now, because they don't have any oxygen. They lost it first. Oh yeah, that's how deep it went. When they started to, when we, like us, the US, right? When, and all over the world too, right? Allegedly, when we felt the need to make these big ass structures and take these big ass ancient trees that the ancestors left, I left that for you to breathe. That's like the gift from nature. A gift from nature. You said, bitch, I don't want this shit. Let me move it. Like, how, oh, it's like the universe is offended at that point. Like, these motherfuckers took the gift I gave them. I'm trying to save them. They put a fucking brick there. You know, pretty building, but to them it's a brick. These bitches put a brick there. Cut off the oxygen. Where is it? Now, I can understand. Easier is better. I can understand the first settlers that saw that way of living and said, hey, this is very hard on these older people. This is very hard on these people. We can figure out a way to do it better. I get that. But some of them were stubborn for a reason, because they were very in tune with nature. Like, I'm talking about ancient Kemet. They studied the star system. They knew that everything was in alignment. This is the thing I keep saying. Everything should be in alignment, even though it's not. That's why I had to rephrase that and say everything is in alignment. I'm telling you it should be, but it's not. Because of our interactions with this money, energy, currency, the first one, we are losing oxygen because of our way of living. The reason we're not giving this shit back to the universe, we took it, we didn't, it don't belong. See, look, the richest bitch, you got this shit in your system. We don't own. It's just like not owning your home, bitch. We don't own that oxygen, babe. Which means not only do you not own that money, like, none of us own the money. Nobody. I don't care whose possession. Like, the money I just made, right? I don't own it. Because it's really oxygen. You got that gas in your pocket. The first one. You know how we call marijuana. Never mind. Y'all ain't get it. We got the fucking energy in our pocket. It's more than just $100 bill or a dollar. A penny, all of it, guess what? It's all the same. A penny is really worth the same amount as that $100 bill, because it's all just oxygen. It's all oxygen, y'all. And probably, and they might hate me for telling y'all, the penny probably worth more than any paper. I think the 1, the 20, the 5, allegedly, this for entertainment. The 1, the 5, the 10, the 100, all of that, blue stripe or not, is worth the same amount. And the silver and gold, the copper and silver, of course, is worth more than that. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? That's how they tricked us. Because who gonna save a bunch of copper pennies and nickel backs? You gonna save the ones. Guess what? You can get somewhere these ain't worth much. Oh, but actually these have come back in style for some reason. These are worth a ton. And here we go again. We got rid of all the pennies. And it was a saying at some point, because these campaigners like to campaign things. They did it way before the internet was popping. They just jumped around more. They had to hire more of these ops more to get in interaction with people like myself, right? That have valuable assets to them. It just be different shit, so you can't really put a name on it or label it. The main reason is to inherit things from them that money can buy, of course, but most 90% of the time, it's actually money. Like in my case, let's say this. A lot of y'all already know, but we just proving a point. Like in my situation, I'm a whole heir and I'm broke, right? Here we go, laundering money spiritually. Laundering money, oxygen. Let's call it that. holding oxygen from oneself, from someone. Because like I said, that money is really oxygen. We made it from we made it from these oak trees, and whatever we've evolved to making it with, it still become from, we made it first that way. So that was the big transition. Whatever you did after that was a replica. You get it? Because that's how energy works. So you take those oak trees that were left here, and those ancient trees that had the leaves that gave off this aroma for you to breathe. You created money with that bitch, and it's like a wand of energy goes with that money in your hand that we don't get to see, right? You know how in you touch something and it leave a little, I don't know how to say it. It's mostly in like cartoons or some more animation, but that's how it is with money, because remember, it's still oxygen. So every time you misuse it, you use it, you abuse it, it becomes a part of you. The shit become a part of you, and now you have that aura to the angels, to God possibly. You have this aura to the nature around you now. Even that's scary as fuck. The angels around you that read codes and color aura colors. You know what I'm saying? Like they read aura colors. They can tell from just looking at us. You ain't got to speak, babe. And it makes it worse if you speak and say some dumb shit, and it's like they're looking up at you around you like, bitch, energy don't lie, bitch, and your shit, you on the red zone. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important. It's like, bitch, I'm trying to build, and see, look, a lot of our ancient ancestors that study ancient Kemet in the star system, they kind of like documented this shit and had people study them, and they took the wrong reference. But see, look, we mock that and we mimic it. We see it in our everyday living, and we wonder where the oxygen goes. We forget about the fact that they mimic spirituality in the way that we cause it to go naturally, because we're gonna go against the principles of our way of how we should be living and giving. We're gonna go against that. We're gonna say, well, I gotta do this by myself, I gotta do this. Those tribes, they didn't live like that. You wonder why the Mexicans and the Africans and some tribes out there today still live in their traditional way, and we sit out there and we watch them. We get so amused by how they are there for each other. We forget that they still follow that way of living, and they are amongst the most blessed spiritually. They probably the poorest physically, but they're the most rich spiritually, because the way they live, they're forced to give that way, even if they don't want to do it. And most of them want to do it. 90% of them, I guarantee you, because they know it's a way out. They can leave. They can come amongst people like us and live this way, but they choose to be like that, which means that's their intention. So now, boom, they leave that indication in the spiritual realm. It gives them that aura field. Most of them probably yellow and green and beautiful scenery colors to the angels. Like, this is one of us. He's one of us. She's with us type shit. We got to get these colors over here separate from those. They're coming fast type shit. Just hypothetically speaking. And that's the war, the spiritual war battle. And then we got now these pole angels that they call demonic, not realizing this. Remember, I this is my theory. I didn't say I was right. I really feel like because our angels work for us, you know, pretty much all through the Bible, God tell us that, right? But in different ways. But our angels work for us now. They studied us already. Most of them lived amongst us. You know what I'm saying? They able to find out what we like, see the things so that they could help guide us from this way of living and into the truth. You know what I'm saying? Because if we're going to use this oxygen in this way, then there should be things done to actually help them breathe physically in this room. Because it's like it's a 3D type of thing to the universe. It's like you can use this. You have free will, so you can magically use this how you want. It's like a power bank, right, to the universe. But when we out here like, fuck that, give me that, taking all of that adds up to taking oxygen from a person. And those things I believe are forbidden to not only God, but his angels and his universe. Because remember, the universe is alive as well. That's some scary shit. Like we give it life though, because it breathes off us. Like we birth this shit, we reproduce this shit in our way, with our way of living, and we wonder why we're going extinct, because we are abusing it now in a way that we don't even respect our atmosphere now. It's like, you want to look deserted, bitch, we about to not come back, ho. Okay? After this time, this your last run. I ain't coming back. I feel like that's how, because you mostly see most places is deserted as fuck. Then most places, it's so beautiful, it's full of life, seeing all those trees and stuff everywhere, and then we go and cut this shit down just so that we can move around with the bread when we don't really gotta use bread. We could just make stuff. Think about it. Because the only reason stuff costs is because we make it cost. Don't do this. Don't get mad at me. It won't be no need to keep cutting these trees. Let's find a way to do this shit. It won't be no need. This how we revamp from the energy, right? Because remember, it can rebuild itself. This is our repentance. It can rebuild itself in some way, allegedly. So once we stop cutting, it's like cutting somebody cold turkey. You got to do it in steps. You stop cutting the trees. Find another way to breed this money. If you're going to use it, we really don't have to use it. It'll be more fly, right? Without 3D prints and scanning our eyes, bitch. Just make it a way that it's free, bitch. Make them work for mine, bitch. I work. You come to this place. That's how work should. That's the way work should. The direction of work should go. We need food, right? For the people who have money, send them to motherfucking Walmart and put them on the shift and make them put an amount. The whole world will be bosses, and the whole world, all the businesses will be on top. The whole world, it'll still go around. The whole world, bitch, will never go down. And guess what? We got the oxygen back, and then the universe is like all green again. It's like, you guys are having fun. We like this. I'm going to give you another gift. Don't cut it down. You guys deserve Christmas. And see, they mimic Jesus because Jesus tried to tell us all this motherfucking shit. They mocked him. I believe Jesus was one of the first targeted ones, y'all, because this shit started around before World War One. This is why the war started, because people was in an uproar, literally. You know what I'm saying? They took what they thought was something that society needed, because everybody was just breeding. That's all they cared about, literally breeding the animals, taking them out, allegedly, so that they can breed, so that they can have these things that we don't even really need. When we think about it, these things we go so hard for, these things that we put a price tag on. You know, look, they done bought me an application. I ain't even opening it. For me to put this lease in my name since the program shut down. You know what I'm saying? But that was their fuck up. That was their fuck up, trying to put me out corruptly and covertly like that, all because of the animosity and jealousy towards me. And in exchange, they got their whole business, their program shut down. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, Spirit is working really fast with a lot of stuff like that. Like, that's not, as you can see, it doesn't even surprise me, because a lot of stuff is like that lately, to where angels showing up and showing out and showing me what's happening to people behind the scenes when they go against me and they do stuff like this. Because I promise you, this stuff been going so fast, back to back. But that's because the devil is busy. And everybody like abuse money. Everybody feel the need to like, hold up. Everybody feel the need to like want to overpower you with money. And I realized it becomes a part of you, treating people as if they're not worthy of oxygen, but you are. It's like, who are you? Somebody walking by. Hold up, y'all. See, when I be, for some reason, people gonna start getting it too late. Because one thing about nature, one thing about karma, one thing about confirmation, uh, there's really nothing you could really do. It's nothing you could really do. Like, what I mean is, we're gonna be at a point, allegedly, y'all gonna look back on this. We're gonna be at a point where people are gonna be forced to be more spiritual because they're gonna see that people have veils over their eyes. And I'll just say less with it and keep it PG, but they're gonna see that people have veils over their eyes. So we talk about this uh, corrupt organization they formed in churches, they formed in organizations, they formed allegedly, they formed, and they didn't realize that these things that were presented to them and used against them was meant to set them up spiritually, not physically. Am I making sense? What I mean is, first of all, let's go way back to the beginning of this live. And I told y'all I have been researching these organizations, right? And that's why I come up with the conclusion that KKK reunified as Freemasons. I had read some blogs back then too. So definitely pretty positive that the motive was, if this is true, YouTube is for entertainment. If this was true, the reason they formed this brotherhood and called it that, mainly, think about it, is because they wanted to prove that they could get along with BOK Smooths. I believe that's the first motive. Even if they coerciously said it was something else, even if they said this is why, I believe this is the main reason. But all the while, we talking about cultures. We talking about these people had practices. They studied our kind from back when these Salem witch trials was going on. So they pretty much know how powerful our melanated ancestors are. So it's the reason why segregation happened. It's the reason why a lot of these native women would essayed and breeded because when they found out they had good organs and stuff. Allegedly, most of these people that's on the list are part of this uh, lineage that I'm talking about, and they studied them from then. So who goes to say maybe this is the icing on the cake to the guys who researching this? Maybe this started during the Jim Crow era. Maybe this started during the KKK era of this targeting individuals and putting these certain people on the list. It was nothing about terrorism. It was more about their organs. It was more about genetics, because they've been studying them since back when they were having them accused of having these witch spells and having infecting towns and taking even their children out that they felt like had the same gifts. So who goes to say that this isn't the same program today? Because they move they had the same shrines and same order as these lodges. And this is something I believe they've been trying to hide, and that's why they call it secret society, because they had to be of secret, because they were being called inhumane in a way. Their ways were very racist, that the community was in an uproar, just disgustingly. Their own peers were turning on them because they were falling in love with most of us, and they were understanding why they were so racist, right? But what happens is, these brotherhood guys these days, these BLKs, the ones that's been invited today, don't realize that they never really had an invite. They just had a initiation. It was never really an invite. Get what I'm trying to say? It was never really an open acceptance. It was more of we want to show the world that we're not racist. We want to show. So, matter of fact, once we join alliance and brotherhood with them, we're gonna make them do our dirty work. We're gonna make them look, so it'll turn into just some violence amongst black people. doing it to themselves these days. Now they've evolved. When all the while, most of these crimes that look like black on black be okay today, it looks like BLK on BLK smooths, but like Two in the Pack one is really never been that. It's still the same. Those hangings allegedly from schools that y'all see on the news and stuff like that, stories of these teens and these people that you see being abducted, allegedly having these situations, those twins in the mountains in Georgia, all of these situations are coming from the same organizations. They're amongst us. I see them all the time. And that some of them, they grow with good ancestors like Nanny and Pop that deep inside wasn't, you could just probably get one too that wasn't really racist and told them in secret when Paul wasn't around, if Paul was the racist one. They actually cool people, and it embedded in them. You might have a few of those, because like I said, I see them all the time. You'll have a few of those and they end up not wanting to be racist. So this is where we've evolved. They've come into a conclusion like maybe we can work with them. And then here go the boomer, here go the plot twist. Now you're doing all this spiritual work because those people are more smarter than you. Gotta be. They're more smarter than you. They've done, matter of fact, they birthed encyclopedias. Those children that I be meeting as a part of this organization that I'm talking about today, they read a lot. They they're in tune with spirituality more than us, right? When we birthed, our ancestors birthed spirituality, right? So they already know what will be your domination. So imagine you with them, right? And y'all doing something, an event, anything that they put them in, allegedly, they put them in the situations and put their faces on it and their energy because they know about this stuff. So what am I talking about? You're talking in circles, you're talking in riddles. What I'm saying is they actually had this from day one planned when they would reunify themselves and elaborate and collaborate is what I really meant to say, and collaborate with this organization that's what's called today as allegedly the Brotherhood. It was always still a segregation, like when we had the signs whites only and colored only. This is how they view BLK Smooth members. You're never equal to them. They send you on the missions that spiritually tie to you because they're trying to help, they're thinking they're helping their ancestors, and most of them that's not. They're trying to help themselves, like the ones that's like they buying organs to live long, not realizing, and that's alleged, not realizing that's gonna be tainted on them. Now you giving off a replica aura to the angels. I would never want to be them. Just think about it, y'all. These people don't realize they tie themselves to these corrupt situations and not realize it until it's too late. That's why it's calls for all of us to start speaking on it. If I encourage y'all, if you don't have channels or if you don't have Twitches and all that, make it if you're going through this, because I want you to expose it and talk about it. That's what creates alignment. It don't even really matter about, and it does matter, I don't want to be disrespectful, but it don't even matter if we had help on the other side or not, like as far as these behind the scene people that's really gathering information and helping us targeted individuals get justice, because a lot of people gonna start getting letters in the mail about this stuff. Mark my words. But it's all about the alignment that come first and allow this to get to them to begin with. It's what I mean is, like I said, energy is the first currency. We can make mountains with that, just on how you. It's like we can make a puzzle with what I believe this too. I believe depending on what you do, it builds a certain aura. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's big, small. So we building homes spiritually. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And they taking from theirs, from their homes spiritually. You taking from your spiritual bank spiritually, aligning yourself with this, aligning yourself with corrupt organization. This is, it's never too late, boys. It's never too late, and the best way to repent from it, in my way, this is all I'm saying, is to give back to those people that you did something to, whether it's give them their homes back, you took a part for whatever reason, y'all retaliated, if y'all mugged somebody, whatever you mugged them for, give that to some random person. It don't even got to be that same person. Give back, but do, if you ain't gonna give it back to that same person, do a couple people, babe. This, and then make it a way of living. Don't just do it one time, do it every day of your life. That's your way, and then never do it again. Never join these organizations again. Like, man, I'm getting up out of this my last day, guys. You know what I'm saying? Move some money to your savings where it's gonna be a project to give back, because the shit you just done and you just opened up to, this spiritually gonna get you back, baby. This spiritually gonna help your ancestors rise, baby. This ain't about no fucking brotherhood. These boys can't go with you. They not aligned with you like your ancestors are, that you letting the fuck down. You showing God what they taught you. And guess what? We didn't know. They didn't know that what they was teaching us was wrong. They was just trying to live like when the colonizers came and stirred shit up and told people they had to live a certain way. Now you living completely off track of what you should be doing already. Now you're following man's rules instead of what God wanted for you. Now you just, you know what I'm saying? God understands that. So it's like, now you like, okay, I got it. I know, I figured it out. But once you know better, you supposed to do better. Let them keep going. It's like, let them cook, right? And literally, let them fucking cook. They don't want to listen. They don't want to turn back. Joke's really on them, but I guarantee you, a lot of us gonna have not fuck that. Not only you gonna have letters in the mail of different firms calling you, this stuff gonna go viral online. Thanks to the internet being able to, word of mouth gets around. This is gonna be online everywhere, because it's major, and this is a major shift. 2026, claim and receive it. A lot of us are getting justice behind the scenes. Not only that, a lot of situations you're gonna get compensated for. That's really the main goal of, because a lot of us lost things along the way. A lot of us were prevented from doing things. A lot of us just sabotage in ways where it devastated you financially and emotionally. So these things all matter, but like I said, mainly knowing that at some point it'll be loudly illegal to do these things that's been happening to us, that even on the back end, they wouldn't dare do it, even if they do it and want to do it and feel the need to. That is not going to be a way to. And I see a lot of comments and people say things like, there's never going to be, this is never, this, nothing you could do about this, these guys too powerful, blah, blah, blah. But they don't realize that alignment is alignment. It don't matter who's ruling this world. Remember, the devil couldn't even continue his voyage, right? He's where he is in the physical and the spiritual, and they will join him continuing off what he did, because he was tricked out of his way, having his free will. And they don't get that. And then people like Jesus, and he tried to show people and tell them that this will happen to you. This happened so many times when they tried to go against God. The universe is in alignment with God, no matter what we fucking do. Hey, so we just tell them, let them just do them, because the time is now. Though a lot of things are going to be exposed. I feel like this is the time of it. I've been feeling like that for the last 2 years, but right now it feels like some frequency you let off and you just let it all out. And this is what it is. Now is the time, you guys. If you have like evidence and things of that sort, you don't have to necessarily post it online. I would say find you a firm, or there's a lot of people willing to even collaborate with this now, because it's really in the knowing. And yeah, because we done been like told things have been what it really ain't for too long, and it's been like noticeable at this point. Like online, what I mean, like there's a lot of situations loudly misdiagnosed and mislabeled right in front of our faces, and is being known to have ties with this program. Is what I'm saying, especially the control over the money, anyways. And those people work for that chain that keeps people. This just alleged though. This organization is in collaboration with the chain of people that this is what's being documented. This is not really pretty much what I'm saying or feeling. You know what I'm saying? That's why they tell you never you don't want to join the alliance with. It's even marked. It's even marked in the judicial system, because whoever created the judicial system is very brilliant and smart, because they utilize every spiritual attribute. And as far as even naming the judge, and naming the panel down to the sayings and everything is all witchcraft. Sorry guys, somebody had said. But they manifested for that courtroom with the way they set up everything. That's another video though. I'll be here all night if I talk about that, because it's levels to it. Actually everybody acts like that. The world revolve off that. And that, here we go again. That's another way to use energy, which is oxygen. That's another reason. That's another way to use oxygen, and without using the money physically, like the money that we made. Right? You could buy stuff without the physical money, because that's what you do every day when you exchange things, period. I don't care what it is, whether it's a conversation, you just bought that conversation from them, because that's what we made energy about now. When we started using it as money and making each other pay for stuff, we fucked up when we did that. We fucked up. Really think about the angle of where I'm going with this. We fucked up when we changed our way of exchange and making each other pay for things with the fucking leaves on the tree. Whoever did that, it wasn't a good idea. They may have thought it was, because all they thought about was the control part of it. But this is a way to bless those ancestors that I'm pretty sure probably didn't make it. But I'm not God. Could be giving them a chance through his offspring and their offsprings, that they could find a better way to give to people in the universe, since we took that from the universe first. And the universe was the very thing that gave us this oxygen to breathe, and gave us those leaves of coverage, like Allstate, like you're covered. I don't know, but I know every day I bless my ancestors. They transcend in a way, if that makes sense, in my way of living. Or as far as I know, the ones that's connected to me, because I could feel it. It's like I get gifts with their names on it, and it's like, oh God, I'm worried about a few of them, but I'm just being authentic. But I get gifts with my ancestors' name on the ones I cross paths with. And then when I get certain names that I never heard, I research and be like, oh shit, this is my grandma's mom's name. So she was been in my energy all week. You know what I'm saying? We helped them in a way, not know it. That's why she was in my energy. I may have helped her in a way doing something Granny showed me that she showed her, and I blessed somebody with it. So here we go, Henrietta popping up. Like, bless you, baby. You showed these other spirits what I showed you. I'm so proud. In a way, I feel like that sometimes, and I smile. But Y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. This is gonna be viral moments of our lifetime when this shit goes down. When these people are exposed, when there's gonna start being raised to these corrupt organizations online, they're gonna have to do this shit live at some point because they gotta let us know. There's gonna be coverage on targeted individuals. Who would have thought it? Mark my words. Y'all could record, screen record this and play this. I don't really care about the credit, but I at least want somebody to say that crazy girl was saying it. Gonna happen. Name a time you ever would imagine having coverage done on targeted individuals and how corruption is done. This is the time because they have to tell us. They have to expose this. It's too evident that these things are being done. If anybody denies it, then they're in alliance with them. And at this point, nobody wants to have ties. Allegedly, this has been talked about behind the scenes. Nobody really wants to be seen being having any ties to this brotherhood, really. It's most of them are denouncing it, if that's the word. Most of them are saying, oh, we don't, this and that, because they know that these boys are going down for things they've done. Now, some of them, like I said, spoke up. Most of them was raised by these nanas, these annas, and ones that, just like the KKK had one family member that wasn't really racist, and taught their offspring to not have hatred for colored people in their heart, and they actually grew up like that. So the same as this organization, there's Grandma Annie and Danny. One of them didn't agree with this way of living and taught them to be different. So they joined these alliances by force because it's by blood, and it's something that they feel they need for protection, to be able to survive and to be able to provide. And they do it, but all the while they feel bad. And most of them are collaborating with authorities too while they're still in these positions. But most of them that denounce, is that the word, and they feel bad about it because, like I said, they had that one grandparent that told them about this organization. See, you don't hear these stories anymore. These ancestors, most of them have passed away that lived in this era when this first started, if you understand. See, you supposed to court those 2000, before it hit the 2000 elders, and ask them stories. You would have heard them tell you stuff about those Jews, those people coming with those hats on their heads, and then them boys from the wars ended up joining them. I've heard that so many times. So what does that mean? What does that mean? That mean they form that she's talking about the brotherhood. She's talking about the lodges. Everybody know this, but people scared to say this. But nah, if I don't say it, nobody gonna connect the dots. And see, so to those researchers that's researching this is more, forget exposing it, because I know it's scary to do this. Most people feel like they're gonna do something to you, but when I tell you the spiritual perception of it, understand that whatever they do to retaliate to you really blesses you and your ancestors. So don't let them do it. Do this for you. This taking a big one for the books, for your folks, your ancestors that you connected to. Then you won't have to worry about them walking around possessed and demonic, and you having to say, hey, those are ghosts. You won't have to say that about your ancestors, because they won't act demonic. They won't act. You just freed them in a way. But keeping them there by protecting people of this realm really don't do you any justice. You're gonna continue to come here in this hellhole, and it get worse every time, you know. So I try to steer away from seeing her like I'm trying to be, you know what I'm saying, an angel or God. I'm just having discernment, and this would keep me from being blessed amongst all of these tactics I go through, all of these things the devil sent my way, all of these, and all. It's a real testimony every day for me. It's not just like every other day or every blue moon. I'm going through things every day. I step foot outside. This is the life of a targeted individual that's being covertly and illegally surveillance by operatives and people that's staked out by me. They know exactly where I'm going. This may sound really delulu to someone that doesn't know about this, but this is my life. This is something I survive every day. This is something that discourages even the people that get close to me, that they send to me. Most of the time, they give up. Most of the time, some of them even fall short to telling me most of the times, hey man, why the fuck you so important? Why these people want me to watch you? You better not go over there. Like, I've heard it so many times in so many different ways. Oh, you better not go over there because this shit gonna go down type shit. Yeah. In their own words, they admit to me that there's some secret society that's following me around and watching me closely. Be careful. I've heard that. Be careful now. They watching you. Or hey, when you go down that way, turn the other way. They right up like stuff. People do this to me, and I don't do nothing. I just work. That's all. I don't talk to people. I don't do stuff with people. I'm not out here. I have too much pride to steal. I have too much. They labeled me like that, saying I stole those pizza bags, and I saw the angle then. When a girl did that at my job, I just knew right then, okay, they want to profile you like this. So now you get other people upset with you. You know how many situations I've been in where uh, it's just something bad happened right while I'm there. And they doing something right there to make it look like I'm involved, or to the outside world, oh, she called and the police, she an agent or she undercover. It's so many scenarios. And I understand then, because it could cause these people to retaliate on you because they thinking something that's not, you know what I'm saying? And here we go. All of this is money that could have been spent to help somebody actually, but it was spent on targeting somebody. That leaves a dent in their aura. It turns them into what the angels see as a cautious person, or we gotta keep them away from mine. To my like I said, all of our ancestors end up, in my view, my ancestors are my angels, you know, and they don't let me, like, cause I can read energy, and for some reason some things I'm blocked from intertwining with. If that makes sense, just keep it PG, and I understand why, because my ancestors are protecting me from that energy. Maybe it's like, no, don't, that's not for you. I can see you, whatever. So which means your ancestors can't energy exchange with me. They can't converse with me unless my angels allow it, if they feel fit to it. And that realm, they can control that. And they control it well. So which means any angelic interference that I have, whether it's a ghost moment, paranormal activity, it is definitely my ancestors. Because they're my angels. Same for you. So people don't realize we clown our own ancestors when we say all these ghost stories, and she's following, talking to the dead, or she's and say all of these bad things we say. We're actually saying it to the people that can actually hear us in another room. Our angels, our ancestors. I wouldn't dare not remember to put some respect on my aunties, my uncles, my granny, and anybody that's passed over, because I know they never forgotten, and they are in the room. They can see me, hear me, feel me. But see, what they never left behind and told me is that, what the theory that I have now is that my way of living it affects my ancestors, the ones that need repentance, I guess, or God gives them a second chance in a way. Those that need me to justify them in my ways, I was never told like that. That I could benefit in helping them transcend at some point. Those stuck in the rim, those that are stuck in that ferment, right? Ferment, or how y'all call it. Those that's having their personal judgment day, and God giving them a second chance in us, and the descendants he left us. That was the assignment that he gave us, to raise them up in a way, and it was supposed to take a village, and people get all personal when it come down to bills and all that, and I get it, but what we don't realize, that's not what we used to do. That's not what we supposed to do. We did this for control reasons, which means God has nothing to do with it. That the angels have nothing to do with it. Even if they're there doing anything for us in the moment, if they're feeling like they having paranormal activities, it's because that's their angels trying to warn them. That's their angels trying to show them. Because like I said, Now they in the room realizing the things they've done. Cause I feel like that's when we all have our judgment day with God. That's when we get all our answers answered about life and why things happen. I just feel like that. And now your angels need you, and instead you care about this realm more than you care about them. And we wonder why we wonder why we can't breathe. We wonder why we feel the need to wonder when the oxygen gonna leave, because they're thinking that we'll be at 1% soon. And understand that is a dramatic change, and people won't be able, I don't know if y'all seeing what I'm seeing, but that don't sound good. And I believe it says something about 1 billion years or something, but still, we shouldn't have to even wonder, because guess what? If we was living in alignment, we wouldn't have to care about, we wouldn't even have to think about losing oxygen. That's just big facts. It'll even smell better. You know how you go to foreign countries, y'all go, I pretty much traveled a little bit when I was young with my track team and stuff, but I really didn't go far. And I always wanted to experience those places that have that different smell. And I forgot one place I went, and I said, the smell like, I don't know how to explain it, but there's a lot of places in the world that's like that because of the alignment there. And we miss this. It's the alignment. It's the way these people town. If you notice, you go in that town that smell like that, notice that all of the people are so different. Notice that they're causing that alignment. And that's why, just to say, this is my theory, y'all. YouTube this for entertainment. That's why that same saying, be careful who you breed with, who you have sexual intercourse with, who you have dealings with. All of it is the same if we really look at it energetically. You be careful who you live around. You got to be careful not only who you have sexual intercourse with. You got to just be careful who you have interactions with. You got to protect your aura these days, because like I said, you never know when people are doing shady stuff. And I wouldn't want to be in alignment with these guys that go and do these ceremonies and these rituals. They got to cleanse themselves. They got to change their ways, because they don't understand that they give off this aura field, maybe like a red light blinking, like to them, you're the one that's going to lose the oxygen, if anybody. Because it's like they being depopulated in the spiritual way. That's why I always say I wouldn't want to be any of these people that's in these type of organizations or in alignment. I wouldn't want to, because now you give off this aura color. Now you give off this to us. I mean, to the angels. See, look, to the angels, they see us for who we are. It's like you can't really put a mask on. That's why I feel like they notice us based off of aura color. It gotta be. I'll give you an example. Let me do this. Hold up. Imagine a situation, and it's like a final destination thing, right? And you notice that people that are in these situations get ripped out the way before it happened. They get moments where it's just like, oh, it went left and they got blessed. That is the angels noticing the aura color. That's my example of they have to see us by aura color, because I can tell from the things I'm blessed with and going through that the angels saw what was gonna happen before it happened and got me up out of it, pushed me up out of it, pulled me up out of it. And I'm like, maybe this is how the angels view us. They look at us based off our aura colors. So imagine a world where we don't have to, since we talking about oxygen and losing it, imagine if we had society to where we don't have to actually purchase anything. I mean, of course you got to make a transaction. You don't have to pay for stuff, because that's the way it used to be. And I know I sound like a real bum saying that, because I know people work hard and they proud to make money, but I'm just saying this is what's causing the oxygen. So maybe we should talk about this stuff. Imagine a world where there's really no rent. You work for your landlord. If you stay there, if you don't own the land, which we can go back to everybody getting these acres of land and mules. If that was really, done, a lot of people will be their own landlords. This will cure a lot of homelessness, because now a lot more people will have homes. You know what I'm saying? Tent worlds everywhere will probably never exist. So, because more people will have homes, and it would take up half of the homeless population, because most of them gonna stay with some of them. You know what I'm saying? Mm. Then, because we don't have to pay for stuff, everybody's full. This is how we gain oxygen too. This is the way we got to do this. The only way we get it to reproduce, we have to allow people to plant. Tell them, hit me on this, y'all. Screen record this. We gotta let people make these gardens in their backyards to make up the loss. This will be a smart thing to do. We'll two birds with one stone doing this, because we'll be giving back to nature, and then you give these families the opportunity to just never be in situations to be hungry if they have a garden. They can pick, they can eat when they broke and they can't afford food. Well, if we end up a society where we don't have to pay for anything, this would be even better, because there will be no need to bum off food at the grocery store or allotments we give each other, because they got groceries at home in their back fucking yard. And this will give back to society and get that oxygen, because the trees missing that fruit, they balance off each other, and we took it. I don't understand how the trees live as long. They the most valuable ones, they the strongest ones. We took the fruits and stuff when they all are meant to go together like how we are. This some shit to think about. We should start writing letters to our senators, just everybody. These petitions we need to make, instead of making petitions about Nicki Minaj going back to her hometown. That shit's stupid to me. We need to make these type of things done, and it'll get done if a lot of us do it. You see how powerful they showing us we could do it, but we don't utilize these tools. We can say this and this could be done. These scientists already see that oxygen comes from leaves, and these branches give it, the seeds. They know this. We preach this, tell them, look, we want a cashless society. We want to go back to working for each other. Hey, we can make these things done in a way that we have it done to where if we want work done, we have to work for them. If we want, because hey, the money's taking up the oxygen. We got to figure this out. You guys got to work together. Tell the government to make us do this. We can't just do everything for y'all. Y'all got to do something. Maybe we could contribute to the government at some point, once we get to a society like that, to where it's like, okay, if you want to stay at a hotel, you got to work for that hotel. They gonna schedule your ass out, because they might be got a list of people. They ain't got to pay nobody. They got a list of people now that's trying to do got to pay them, and make it against the law if they don't pay them, because this is a cashless society, and this is how we live. And they'll make it serious. They'll take it as serious as pedophilia. It's like, oh God, you didn't pay that. You didn't go to work for that guy. You've lived in his hotel. Oh, you've took fruit from the grocery store and you haven't done your community service. Jail him up. That type of shit. We can do that, and we won't have to cut the trees down. Here we go, get oxygen both ways, spiritually and physically. We won't have to cut the trees down, and then we give it back to the universe. Now we got oxygen in rotation, and to tell them to go back 20 years. In 20 years, look at it again. They're gonna see a huge change. Just 20 years, just changing that. This is the time. Let's do it now. Plus, it'll fulfill a lot of treaties. You give these people a place to live. All of these places that instead of building so many buildings, all of this space that's out here, we worried about making it look pretty. We can make it look pretty if you give just, just rules at places. But all this land that could be occupied, all of these homeless people, it could be tiny home communities every fucking where. Instead of these big ass buildings that's throwing the equator off and causing sinkholes allegedly. Yeah, that big tall building caused a sinkhole 20 states over. It's the alignment. It's off. Sorry, y'all. Somebody had to say it because we had to know that the earth wasn't meant for all of this stuff. We had to know that. We tried to flex on those tribes that was living lightly with those mud houses and stuff. It's like we're all they was doing was utilizing the land so it would never be off balance, right? But we put all of this other stuff, created all of this other stuff because we want this, utilize the technology we gained and learned, and we fuck shit up. But going cold turkey because the earth has aligned to the stuff that we've done because it worked for us too, like the angels. We can adjust. We could eliminate. We could abbreviate and just being funny. Like we can make up for all of these imbalanced places. Like I said, tiny home communities are a must. These will give these people resources. You can make these out of pallets. They're everywhere around the world. This should be a free service. These people should work as Habitat Humanity and build their own home in that community. These things could be done. The community can do this and have it done. But see, we don't allow these people to utilize these spaces, and you're preventing them from oxygen because oxygen is utilized in different formats because it's like 3D print spiritually, energetically. So you prohibit these people to have a home and charge the ones that have a home to live there. Here you go again. You manipulate their oxygen because now they have nowhere to call home. That's why I say those intelligent tribe members all around the world, the African tribes, the Hawaiian, down to the Caribbean, to the southern tribes, northern tribes, they were very intelligent. They lived off the land for a reason, not because they wanted to make life hard in the way they lived. No, they knew that was the only way to keep a balance. They knew that was the only way to respect Mother Nature. And those colonizers tricked everybody, in a way that they were mad at us. They wanted us to deteriorate our land because in those lands they came from didn't give them the resources they needed to make grains and make, garden everywhere. They couldn't survive in their territory, and it's like they almost were mad, so mad, and wanted to ruin our fucking lands, not realizing now, oh shit, we fucked up ours too. This wasn't gonna help us reproduce, and we're in that. We live in that every day, and this is the reason why there's a depletion in oxygen right now. Like I said, oxygen can allegedly oxygen can reproduce itself. I don't know if the scientists know that, but the oxygen can reproduce itself. It's just like mold or something, or anything, like it can grow back, like, or a cat's tail. And oxygen can reproduce if it had reproduction glands and things to grab off of it, like the oil fields we give off. It all goes off in the universe, just like pollution, just like car engine smoke. All of that goes off into the universe. Same as our energy, it gives off that that effect that I told you. When you touch something and it give the little flame effect. That's what our aura do. That bitch go off into the energy. It go off into the ozone layers, even in a way, to where it that's how it boomerang back to you, give you that boomerang effect. And depending on the force that's coming back to you, that bitch gonna hit you either hard or slowly. And slowly might be harder coming from a spiritual sense. And imagine it being good or bad. That gesture you just did, it went off and it's coming back. And like I said, depending on you just get flooded with good karma, or you get flooded with bad karma. And I wouldn't want to be a part of these alliances that's getting this boomerang that's coming slow to them. It has to be, because they're not seeing the deeds they're doing, but because it's so bad, it comes slow and it comes long. That's why that saying says eternity, because it's going to feel like that once that boomerang hits you back. Good deeds come fast and the bad ones take time. Well, let's pray for them, y'all. I'm gonna close this off with, I don't even know if this connected. Let's see. I'm gonna try to do a notification video. I forgot to ask y'all, how was y'all day? Because I slept all day because I worked. I really tried to put a timer on it yesterday, the day before yesterday. It was actually the day before yesterday. Sorry, we're in another day. I tried to put a timer on it, and for some reason I just kept throwing it off. 10 more minutes, 30 after this order, I'm gonna stop. And I just kept going, but I really needed to stop. Like hours after I was done, I noticed, like, oh shit, I couldn't get the fuck up out of my bed. It felt so good to just lay down in the position I was laying at that. And I just said, fuck it. I ended up going to sleep so many times, getting up, trying to make it to wherever I was trying to make it, just like really upset with myself, because I'm noticing, like, okay, this is gonna be my life now. Because uh first of all, I was too comfortable with this situation, with this house, that they losing funding. They not going, this program is not gonna be able to service people anymore. I gotta find, I'm gonna have to stay here for a while, which means I don't know how much the rent is, because the government made them stop charging me. It said I was living under poverty, some shit. I feel like that was a blessing in disguise, because the house got problems, but it has potential and it's a roof over my head. I'm very appreciative for it. You know what I'm saying? Plus the landlord, he never really was my issue. It was the people. He always, if I asked him to fix something, he fix it. If I'm able to tell him myself. Other than that, if I tell them, they never fixed it. But I have to find something that I can afford, and then I have to switch jobs so that I can make more, because at this point I can't really afford nothing. And my money will probably end up going on hotels. It being the cheapest thing that I could pay weekly, I would lose out. That's what I end up doing, and I'm like, I can't do that. This year we not doing that. And that's what they try to do that, because remember I told y'all in one of my lies, they target you more in hotels. They target you more in hotels, y'all. And for some reason they kept trying to get me in one. They even paid for one couple times for me while we was, because they did a mold treatment one time. They put me in a hotel then they did some other work to the driveway where I couldn't drive up because it used to flood here, and I finally got them to fix it again. They kept trying to do stuff on their own time and to get me in these hotels, that it was so theatric when I got there, like somebody filming this shit, to the point I'm like, we not going back out. I got everything that I needed for the night that I was staying in those rooms, and never went back out. Never went for a smoke break outside. If I wanted to smoke a cigarette or whatever, if I was smoking cigarettes, then I waited till the morning when I was leaving to go outside, because it was heavy. At, I'm telling you, at times it was people right in front of my door making loud noises every time I went. like ready, ready, ready. So they want to put us in those situations, even probably offer to pay long term so we could be in there, have to commute. They can catch me and my kids going in and out. You know what I'm saying? This is what they want, allegedly. So, but I have my own plan of, you know, I'm here at this place. I have to figure it out. I know that when they put it in my name, I get to talk to the landlord myself to fix what needs to be fixed in here for right now while I'm here, and try to do what I can do to keep the roof over our head, and hurry up and find something rent to buy. Uh, I was looking into trailers, y'all, all that, because how the world is, I don't want nobody to have the authority to put me out. Sometimes I'm sick. Sometimes I can't move. Like, remember, I told y'all my hip was out. It's going on the second week and a half that I've been having hip issues. This the second week on that I'm able to walk. Because the first week I couldn't move at all. Like, it was so uncomfortable. Couldn't put pressure on my feet to where it pressed on my hip, y'all. And I'm put up against the wall. I gotta work double time now. I gotta uh, push my body beyond its limits now, and that's not safe and shit. So I'm like in panic mode. This is their goal. This is what they wanted for me. They wanted me to be uncomfortable. They wanted me to not be able to recover from injuries on my body, from my joints and nerves damage, y'all. And when I make it out of it successful, it'll be it'll be a blueprint for people that's on this list. This is my goal at this point. If I could leave something behind, definitely will be one to show y'all how you can come out on top spiritually and physically, and in a way that you expose this shit, especially how things are going now. You want to be amongst the ones that have proof of your target, so you can be reimbursed for these things you go through, because it's like at a point where you losing out on things you work hard for. You can't get those things back. Then you have people in your lives affected by this, and all this is done for money. You know, it made me kind of like sad for society though, not even just for myself. Fuck that, because I'm a warrior. I don't feel sad for myself. I feel sad for society, because we gotta live like this, and people even scared to speak their mind. I be getting tired of hearing little slick shit like, girl, you can't say that type stuff. Y'all know how when you talk about anything, people say stuff like that. I'm tired of living like that, babe. Because we like, I get it, you shouldn't say mean things. This is when people should tell you stuff like that. You shouldn't be mean to people. You should say mean things to people. You shouldn't, like, but telling people, hey, you can't talk about certain subjects and stuff is disgusting, y'all. You know that, right? You know that, right? It's all because these corrupt organizations will retaliate, and people know that stuff. So they try to warn you, and that tells you everything. If people, if they saying this anything other than that, what I just said, then they just covering up. And if other people don't see it, then they're a part of it too. Because everybody is seeing it for what it is. You have a regular civilian see this. People who have no idea about shit like this tell you shit like this. You hear children say things like this. They know this type of stuff. They know what not to say. Not this is disgusting as a community and a society and anywhere for people to bring up children in, especially when it's affecting children. All of this is done for money. And we wonder why oxygen isn't being reproduced, because we don't give it the seed, the growth. We don't give back to the look. We take the very oxygen, abuse the very oxygen, and don't give back to the universe that it came from. Not only is it imbalance, not only do that cause an imbalance, you not you not giving appreciation. Remember, appreciation is one of the most powerful attributes to have because it gives off, and this is all about energy. People don't understand, where does that come from? It comes from energy. Appreciation and things that are done for you are vital. Oh man. But to the universe, it is more powerful and useful for you, for even you. And I believe in some way that's what God meant when he said 10% giving back. It was giving back to the universe. Because if you really think about it, if you really are a nature person and you do little geeky shit for the universe when you out and about and stuff, even picking up the trash off the ground, you're that type of person. You're the type of person that's gonna go over there and fix that branch and throw it back over there from off the road for somebody to hit it. You're the type like that. Little gestures like that is giving back to nature. If you're a person, especially a person that does lawn work and you cut the trees and trim them and do all of that, you're giving back to nature. To people who even, it's so many ways that we give back to nature. But you take from it when you abuse it, when we abuse the very thing, the money, because that was once a part of nature. We abuse it against each other. If people really get this, I hope y'all understand what I'm trying to say. If people really get this and really make it a way of living after figuring this out, we would have solved ancient knowledge on how to reproduce oxygen, because we are oxygen. We are oxygen. All of us are oxygen itself. But we are being really selfish to the supplier of oxygen that give it to us, which is the trees around us. It's why it was allegedly, it's why back in the day you notice stories of hearing them say they live by a bunch of trees and stuff. You notice you go in their houses, they got all of these plants in their houses and their teepees and stuff, because they know that it gives oxygen. Notice if you see in the situation, you go in space somewhere, you see all those trees in those lake places because they know it brings oxygen. Then you take it and you make it a part of your life to destroy people with it, no matter what you do with it. You cause it to extinct in a way, and nowadays everybody moving like that. And they were forced to move like that, though. People were forced to move like that. But we could help. See, if they want a clue, y'all stitch this, do whatever y'all could do. If they want to solve this oxygen issue, they would let everybody plant. We would give all of these homeless families Habitat Humanity type style houses. Don't really need to apply for it. We're gonna come pick your asses up in these FEMA trucks. This time to do it. We need to get them some work, and y'all gotta work and do it yourself. Not only would we have solved homelessness, we would have given back to nature. Hello, y'all heard what I said? We would have given back to nature, giving these people homes, giving these people a place to garden. Make it a plus. We got to make it a national security on the news. Residents say that Homeland Security is enforcing that they garden in their backyard. What do you guys have to say about this? Well, Bob, we think it's ingenious. Gives my wife something to do when I'm off on duty. We like the thought of gardening in our backyards, and it gives families resources in their backyard. Back to Karen. See, that would be a round of applause in every setting that go off in the fucking news. Look, I got y'all too. Y'all, if I'm going too hard, y'all, this up for debate in the comments. We do this for each other so that we can give things a different perception and get what really is going on behind the scenes. And I tell you what, I guarantee you, if all of us was to make this a part of our daily lives to promote to promote being able to garden in our backyards, we would have unlocked, ancient knowledge on feeding the children. See, these corrupt organizations know this, but look, who said that we didn't know that they know this? Sometimes you gotta remind people of things and get things done. It get done quick after that too. Like, goddamn, all this time I had to fight for it, it just came so easy, like a slice of cheese, bitch. I guarantee you, all of us start seeing that a lot of things will get done. A lot of celebrities got to start this trend of doing this, starting this tiny home community, make it a habitat for humanity, because you can't give everybody everything. Some people are ungrateful, but just because they ungrateful don't mean we should leave them stranded out here. It be cold, it be raining, it be hot. Give people resources. We could work with the government. We could even request these and funding after showing them what we've done. And they have no reason to turn us down. We just have every reason to not even want to do it. All these celebrities and all of these, not just celebrities, all of these wealthy people, I don't care what position they have these resources to get this done, where they don't even have to spend too much of their money, go straight to the government and ask them for the funds to do this. The government will probably thank them for cleaning this up this way too. But like I said, I want more people to do it. That's why I promote this a lot. Those tiny home communities, make these people make it themselves, make these people work for it, because when you work for something, you feel proud of it, and that's the only way you're gonna take care of it. If it's just given to these people that's just coming off homelessness, not having shit, they not gonna take care of it. They're gonna fuck it up. They're not gonna put love into it every day and keep it up. So I'm saying, and understand, not those things could get passed down, and you could have it to where their kids feel stable enough that if they have kids, that it automatically go to their kids if they pass on. Boom, now you solve homeless another generation, because guess what, those kids could live there. Now you have had it to where they got the garden right behind that tiny home, because y'all gonna start requesting land once you get all these tiny homes. Y'all getting government funding for it, because we got plenty fucking land for this. And you go move their ass right over there, have surveillance security right there, so they stable and those families feel safe, and boom, you just solve homelessness in every city near you. You don't see no more tents nowhere, no nothing. All you see, and you might catch this while you driving in different cities, if people implement this, is people working out there with government workers, of course, that's standing by, just directing them on stuff, but getting paid to just stand there and watch these families build their own stuff, because it'll be mandatory, like Habitat Humanity have volunteers help, of course, but they'll have to build their own pallets according to family size, have space to garden right in their backyard, and you will have solved it all. I would preferably prefer a place that has a spring or water. We make all of this other stuff, but we forget to make springs to make a balance. So if it flood, it just go flood down the spring. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about all these bags and all this stuff, because you everywhere in every town, those families got springs in the backyard. But you don't want to do that because we really care about money too much. But we don't realize you will still have business, because some stuff people still gonna want to come to the store for. They do the dumbest shit and force them. Oh God, shut it all down. They're gonna have to you buy here. But if you get the people the garden, you get the people the spring in the backyard. Now they people, we love each other. People, sometimes people go to the store just for socialism. You know what I'm saying? Now they buying on stuff that we don't. I've got so many strawberries in the backyard, but I'm gonna get these. You know what I'm saying? Stupid shit. Still gonna get the benefit. Still gonna get somebody stitch that idea, because I don't think the world knows that we could still survive without the dollar. We're still able to survive off the dollar, and not only that, we're still gonna be able to provide without the dollar. and still be able to produce more. Because like I said, we make this a work for uh what do they call it at businesses when you work for service or exchange work for service? Make that a way of living. Man, this will expose people individuality. This will show them as a person. This will expose what they willing to do for themselves. This will make them work for themselves, for real. Imagine a society like that. You want this service, you got to work for it. You get thrown on the schedule. There won't be a society where people skip out on it because they want to get more service. You tell them, matter of fact, you give them a system where once you come back and get this, you get a free night, or now you get a free two, depending on you going to a business to buy something. Okay, after you do your community service, or after you do your shift to pay for this, you get an extra, you know, like a buy one get one free. The first virtue, buy one get one free. You when you work, you get that item free now. You gonna Nobody's skipping out. No, everybody's going to work for the service. Plus, you gotta, you getting locked up and arrested for not doing it too, because it's reinforcement behind it. Because of course the government will understand that this will be actually beneficial to the government, to services as well, because now people will be contributing to these things done. Now nobody will really be working for free because they're working for what they need. And then they'll be getting paid to just surveillance them do this. This would be so brilliant if we was to switch like this, a cashless society, but not in the direction they were trying to take it, as far as like, uh, I think people should have to work for what they want. That's how it was before money was invented, y'all. You worked for it. You went on his farm if you wanted his cattle or whatever you wanted. You helped the family down the street on their farm if you wanted to exchange something that they had, or if you had something to exchange directly, you just did it that way. But most of the time, if they didn't have anything, they were allowed to work on their businesses to get whatever they wanted. That way, look, nobody lost. Everybody profited. The business and that person. I don't know. I was trying to, let's see if it connected. I might be going too far though, because maybe we might be too stuck in our ways to even have something like that exist. All right, I gotta put this on the charger. Oh man, my damn leg hurts so bad. How do you guys feel about the monks walking for peace, and how does it make you feel? What do you think? What do you think set them off the walk? And just give me your theory of and how you feel about the monks walking. Let's do this before I get off live. So I tried the same thing, and let me tell you guys, it worked. Okay. Let me show you what I did. I went to Let me just reset my app because selected how much I needed, so I selected 5,000. I was already looking at this. I was just looking at YouTube, so I like to read like a real lottery machine, and I always get like a relatable, affirmative video. And I just look at the first video that I get on the feed and the subscription, the top one. And if it's both the same video, I listen to it. See, like this one Chosen one, they are losing their power, authority, and money. See, like this one is on both of them.
Chosen one,
And
the
this by
countdown is active,
Astral
and it
Autumn.
already reads like this.
It say
3,
chosen
2,
one. 3, 2, 1. They are losing their power, authority, and money. And since we perfect video, this I just told you that money is the cause of us not having oxygen at this point, not being able to breathe and reproduce the very thing that allows us to breathe. Unless, see, look, unless we, of course, become a cashless society and give back to the universe by making sure we stop cutting these trees down and we start helping the trees reproduce by planting more gardens. It's not just trees we need to plant. We took away the gardens, the fruit and the vegetables actually feeds those trees, and we missed that. So people should definitely aim for more homes that they can garden in, which means we can kill two birds with one stone and just build small, tiny homes. And these celebrities and people that have money and resources, they're going to start buying or ask or requesting funding to buy spaces that they can make these families build tiny homes on. Then they can get more grants at some point because they can submit these documents to the government by requesting the funding, showing them, hey, we got these folks out here. We've created a small little community right here. We think this will be fine. We put security systems up. You think you can fund us to do another one? And sure, fine, Bob, we can do this. It's helping. Now we're giving back to the universe. We're helping families, and we're allowing them to be able to garden in their backyard. They're never gonna go hungry. They're never gonna go hungry because if they ain't got nothing else, they got that food in the backyard, and they better go utilize it and eat something in it and go get your ass to work so you can get some more stuff. But you'll never go hungry. There'll never be the need for people to say, no, this family doesn't have food. The question would be, do you need help on your garden? We have people to come, volunteers that will help you with the garden, because now this will be a thing now. And this will be service that we'll be able to help people with. Maybe those families will be able to pay those volunteers at some point once they keep coming. You know what I'm saying? Now that's a business affair. You just promoted a business and the community is paying people now for service. Hey, I need help with the herd. Could you send someone? Oh shit, this is better. I like this. Now everybody really feeling like a boss. Nobody's feeling poor anymore because I got my garden. Hey, you need some potatoes? We might have to do this today. Okay? This won't even be illegal. Hey, I needed the corn. He gave me potatoes. Leave a sign. Don't knock. No, you can't have my potatoes. And we know I can't, this person. But it'll be so fun too. Let's go to the neighbor's house. We meeting more people now. Hey, wondering if you got squash back there for exchange or something. You come take a look at my garden. So much better from the, you know what I'm saying? But because we want to control the money so much, I don't know if that'll ever happen if people don't. See, look, if people don't do this on our own, this will never happen. Do this on our own, at this like the Black Panthers was. When they wanted something done, they did it in a way that, our government saw it in that way at that point. Because most of the time, they just don't know. They saw it in that way, like, hey, we should do this too. We do this. More people do this. Make it a trend online doing this. And then the government gonna jump in. And then it's gonna benefit them too. When, you know what I'm saying? Just like cannabis, allegedly. Oh, I'm doing too much now. Alright, let's listen to Astral Autumn, y'all.
1. Your opposition is finished and compensation is lining up. A fortress is forming around your energy because what's arriving carries weight, value, and longevity.
Okay, let me put my phone in this other charger so I can turn the car off.
Symbolic, it's operational. Here's Here's your first
Confirmation.
revelation. Everything they tried to use against you has already backfired. Every
Confirmation. The
curse
phone done
sent your
failed
way
and
boomeranged
everything.
back with compound
Hey, the
interest.
phone, the car done
Every
took the phone.
manipulation tactic that
It
used
went
to
all the
work
way under the
is
seat.
now actively working against them. The rituals they performed in secret targeting your mental clarity, your health, your ability to think straight have all reversed. Not because you did some counterspell, but because you carry something in your soul that cannot be corrupted, dimmed, or
Oh,
destroyed.
let me make
You
sure.
possess a fire
See,
that, when
I
pressed,
hate
doesn't
when that happens.
extinguish,
So
it
all that
explodes.
time,
This is why people have always had extreme
all that
reactions to
time,
you.
y'all couldn't really
There's
hear
no
me.
middle ground. Some people meet you and immediately
And I
recognize
turned it
greatness.
off.
Others meet you and immediately plot your downfall because your
Yes,
light
babe.
exposes their darkness. Both
Yes.
reactions tell you everything you need to know. You're not here to be liked. You're here to dominate your destiny. The countdown I'm revealing isn't arbitrary.
Y'all,
3
this is
represents the
confirmation. I'ma
completion
like
of old
this. I told
cycles.
y'all
2 represents the part
it's a chosen one, 3, 2, 1. They are losing their power, authority, and money.
shift that's
That's
forming. 1
confirmation as
represents
fuck.
unity consciousness, and 0 is when everything you've been building in the invisible realm materializes in the physical. We're in the final seconds, the acceleration you're experiencing, those synchronicities piling up, those doors opening at impossible timing. That's not luck. That's confirmation you're locked into
See,
your
see,
timeline.
that's what I
Your
said. Everything that been set up. I've been having this financial campaign for a couple years now. Now it's been increased only because I'm at a peak where I just got my X-rays done, and they can see where if I do too much movement on it, it's gonna put me into bad predicament, and I caught on to it because the stuff I've been doing, rebelliously trying to, make income, been fucking my legs and stuff up. And it's like, oh shit, these motherfuckers trying to overwork my ass instead of that's confirmation. These folks trying to overwork my ass just so they could tax me. Just so they could, it's all about money, y'all. Allegedly, everything, all of these corrupt things are done all because of money, y'all. And if we eliminate the money system, a lot of this stuff won't happen. It won't be able to happen.
Your enemies aren't just losing power over you, they're losing power
Confirmation.
entirely. The universe isn't just protecting you, it's systematically dismantling every structure they
See,
used to control anyone.
dismantling. On that note, dismantling the rebranding into the cashless society and entering the trade and as a work for exchange type of system, nobody would have a need. See, your natural job would be to be just work, and you're seeing naturally seeing family members would do it for the home, like a food stamp system, like, oh, what are you working? What are you doing today? Maybe make it like that. It's like putting money in the bank now. Everybody has service done to their homes because people have to work for things. You got a grocery shop, right? This will be ingenious. You got a grocery shop, right? Okay, now you got to work at different places. You don't have us at home. That might be more fun. That might be, you know what I'm saying? People got to do this, and you get stuff done for free. Your gardens are you get people to help you. Whatever you want help with, they don't have to do nothing inside your house if you want to. But if you want stuff done, like say an air conditioner, so a person that got experience on air conditioners that got to buy food for his home, he happened to just bought groceries and get food or stable or whatever he need done for the garden, appliances, whatever, and he got to work that off. So which means he might be booked all week, can't even get a regular job because this is the real jobs now. But we'll be taking it way back to how civilization started. They just had a different work ethic, and they had a different need and demand because of course they wasn't highly as evolved as we are now, needing the maintenance that we need now, but we could still do that, and it'll be a better way because as I said, everybody will have service done for them for free. Everybody will have options to get things done for free and still be able to recirculate that because we pay for it by the work we do. to keep it in rotation. They don't want to do it like that. I feel like the tribe. See, look, I ain't make that up. I gathered that from researching my folks. That's how they lived.
Their networks are collapsing, their credibility is eroding, their tactics are being exposed,
Confirmation.
and it's all happening while you're rising. This isn't coincidence. This is coordinated cosmic justice, where your ascension and their downfall are two sides of the same divine equation.
Good
Let
hygiene
me
doesn't
turn
have to
it
be
down some.
complicated. Here are 3 easy habits to build in the new year to look and feel your best. I'm partnering with Listerine and Amazon to
Your second revelation, and this one is going to hit different. The controlling figure in your life spent years studying you like a scientist studying a specimen.
But
They learned your triggers. They memorized your
and see, that's what I'm
insecurity.
saying. That's what it is with these chosen ones. 9 out of 10, they've been studied from birth, but most of them that are in families, royal areas where they mostly don't go to the doctor. Most of these country folks don't. Rather, the city people do and make it mandatory. But in the countries, they don't. Some of these kids get bypassed till they get a little older. Now, those are most situations in countries too. You know, most people don't realize this to their adolescent days or maybe in their adult life that oh shit, maybe something ain't right. And all of this stuff is like really strategic as fuck. And they're noticing these street theater moments and staged events, knowing not goddamn well it wasn't because of them. They've noticed it. It's all about the abilities that they're even being studied for that allows them to notice this shit and be so analyzed and seeing things for what it is. And I tell you what, you see these stories online where these people are buying allegedly buying organs and it was a story of this guy. I think he turned 107. I can't remember, and they were saying he may have bought a heart, the seventh or sixth heart or something like that. This to expose this corrupt organization allegedly because this is why they're studying these specific people because it's their organs. It's their organs, y'all. They're buying time with these people organs because they have these are the lives that are talked about in the Bible that lived to 500 and 700, had all these kids. Y'all know, y'all talk about the Bible a lot and tell people they need to read it. People do that, but they disregard the facts. And the Bible would say that this person lived to 107, this person lived to 200, this person lived to 400. They reproduce over 700 times. These are the people that were being targeted. Y'all, they carry these certain genetics to be able to do this. These were the 12 tribes of Judah. This just my theory. My theory is and these are the genes that these people are studying. See, everybody don't have these genetics, y'all, and people don't know this. If people see, look, if we was to tell everybody this, they would panic. This is why they won't tell everybody this. They would panic, and of course, they will find out. Oh God, these rare genetics are part of this targeting program. Yeah, it would definitely aim that, but it would also tell a story to people that their genetics are so mutated and so mixed breded that they're not even the the lineage they think they are. Like most Africans think they Africans and not. They probably more Caucasian than anything, and have BLK skin because they were mixed breded so much. They their genes mutated so much.
They catalogued your fears. They became experts at making you doubt
And some of
yourself
us
while
still
appearing
carry
concerned.
that
Every
rare
criticism
gene,
wrapped in care. Every
and those
limitation
are the ones
framed as protection.
they
And you
study.
believed them because you thought they loved you. But I'm about to tell you something that's going to reframe your entire past. They didn't want to protect you. They wanted to own you. Your success threatened their control. Your independence exposed their manipulation. Your growth highlighted their stagnation. So they dedicated themselves to one mission: keep you small, keep you dependent, keep you questioning your own judgment. And for a while it worked
Nah,
brilliantly.
that's
You remember
facts
the gaslighting,
because
the way they could twist
I
reality
never could
until you didn't
understand
trust your
why.
own perception anymore. You'd
But
confront them
now
about
understand, because
something
most of
cruel
them
they
in
said,
alliance
and
with
somehow the
this
conversation would
organization.
end with you
Because
apologizing to them.
see, the
They had
normal people don't act the way these people that are in these alliances act when they're, there's a certain motive. They just give themselves off. Regular people want to see your growth. Regular people are excited to see you win. Regular people are so concerned in these things, and corruption and your everyday life preventing you from doing things. That's how you should be able to tell who's who has the blueprint, who has this uh, assignment, because most of them are assigned to monitor these people. And like I said, all of it is about money. All of it is about money. But most of these people's lives are sabotaged because they're not supposed to make a certain amount. They're not, this alleged, y'all. This is how I feel. That they don't let you make a certain amount of money. Here we go, energetically preventing these people from having oxygen. Here we go again, preventing these people from surviving, because oxygen allows you to be able to survive in this room. There you go again, tainting your aura. There you go again. What the hell I put? There you go again. That's bad karma. The one thing we don't want to do is mess with energy or angels. Or definitely the first one, you don't want to mess with God, but you don't want to mess with energy, because that's a definite promise, and it's nothing you can't even avoid. That shit come every angle, like nothing you could do to bypass it or nothing. Wow. Key to now. My car take everything my baby showed me. She say, "Look at the damn pen. I've been looking for that," because she was writing some stuff down, and we look. It's on the side of the car. It didn't blow off or no nothing. And this car take everything. Now I gotta find my keys. Be careful. See the. I kind of like that because you ain't gonna lose nothing in here. It's gonna confiscate it. Maybe I should do a review one day on my baby, because they made the compartments and stuff so ingenious. You ain't losing nothing. If you're looking for something, just look in the cuts and the cubbies. It's gonna be in one of them, and it's never failed. Every time I lose something, and I look, and my cubby on the side is right there. Like, how the hell did you get there? Let me. That's just how blessings are, and it's like that saying, "What's for you is always there for you." That's
had this supernatural ability to flip the script, to position themselves as the
supernatural
victim in every
ability. Just
scenario,
flip the script.
to ensure you always walked away feeling guilty for having needs, boundaries, or feelings. That mental fog you
Say it
experienced
ain't so.
wasn't depression, it wasn't anxiety, it was the result of sustained
Say it
psychological
ain't so,
warfare
because
combined with
I
spiritual
try
attacks
to
you
steer
couldn't
away
see.
from exposing discernments, because I know, and I'm hard headed, I guess. So telling people everything, because then they take it wrong, and it's never my intention.
They were
Uh,
doing more than
uh,
just emotional manipulation.
yeah.
They were working on you energetically, targeting your mental clarity, clouding your ability to think straight. Because a clear-minded you is a dangerous you, and they knew it. But something happened recently that broke their spell completely. The universe activated your sovereignty protocol. Think of it like a software update that happened overnight. You went to sleep one person and woke up upgraded. The old manipulation codes don't work on your new operating system, and they're panicking because they can feel their access being revoked in real time. Watch what's happening behind the scenes right now.
I have
The
this
controlling
rotating.
figure is
Maybe
frantically
this
reaching.
play a part with the software, because I had this rotating pain that goes down my hip and my leg, and behind my knee. Not like I don't feel any pain in the forearm part of what you call it, just behind, right behind the knee down to my ankle, just rotating pain like that, and it mimics other stuff, but I notice when I'm in certain areas, I just feel tenderness, and the pain is gone. That's when I started to like pay attention to it more. Like I think this because mainly it's set up at your house, y'all. To if you wondering what I'm talking about the MK Ultra software. It's mainly set up at your house. If it ain't directly inside your house, because I'll have internet and all and cable, that'd be the best way. But it's if not, it's gonna be a house by you, or it's normally a stakeout truck or van. They disguise into abandoned cars now too. But it's definitely staked out by you. The software and programming, and that explains a lot about my phones too. But it caused like organ failure allegedly, and these heart attack like symptoms, and these migraines, these puncture of feelings in certain places of your head. It's mainly like, especially when I get a migraine on one side, it'd be so weird that the whole side of my face will have like a migraine feeling. It's like because it's hidden. The energy weapon, 9 out of 10 is the energy weapon when it feel like that. But if it could just be the radiation coming off the MK Ultra, it it makes it swell. That's why it hurt like that, because it's hitting the pressure point, and then it's swelling. It's leaving the swelling, and that's what's happening to my leg because they're using the energy weapon towards my mobility, pretty much my hip. And I notice what it is because it's so weird. Everybody that I feel like is being, you know, in staged events too, they have hip problems. I talk about my grandma a lot. She was one of the last had full 100% Cherokee blood. She was messed with the most, and she had hip problems all the time to where she had to walk with a cane or a walker, and it would give out a lot while she's walking, pretty much. But everybody I know, and it makes me believe it's the MK Ultra software. It's up for debate. Am I going too hard, y'all? With the police just passed by, am I going too hard? Am I on to something, or I'm going too hard? Don't be afraid to tell me. But I'm definitely in that situation right now. So keep that in mind. Because I'm documenting with these people that's researching this program. I told y'all there's prominent people that be watching my videos that that reach out all the time. That's gathering information. So if you got stories to tell, say it in my comments, because you never know. It may be something that you've experienced with whoever you've experienced it with. It may puzzle things together that can get these top because most of the time these people, all they need is the founder of that group. They don't care about the affiliations because they want to have the main supplier. It'll shut the whole system down. People work from the top down instead of going your way up. You'll expose the ones up there that's supplying these tactics and these motives and these directions for people. You'll be able to shut all of it down at one time and never know if it may be something that you went through. Imagine that, because it's already to the point where it's nothing we need to do no more. It's nothing really, because it's too evident. It's the stuff they got is too evident. It points in that direction. It proves itself. Like actions speak louder than words, and the proof is in the pudding, same shit. But there's no way to deny where it come from, what it is, and why it's even being used on these people to be able to shut it down completely. But if we want to get people to have been justified, we need to do it this way. And this is our opportunity, just like it's their opportunity to present. This is documented. Is they're given the opportunity to present to the Supreme Court at some point when they go back. It's pretty much they're on a hiatus of bringing together documents on how the program works and who it benefits and what they're doing for society, how many cases they cleaned up. This is why they document crimes and say this is haven't had this since 20 something, because they need to prove that the program works. They need to prove so that it doesn't go to where it's abolished and you can't use these techniques and these businesses go down, because all the businesses that will, it's just like um, uh, it's just like getting your stuff confiscated because you owe a business or something. All of these affiliate businesses that's tied to this organization will all go bankrupt too. They'll all go into uh, foreclosure and stuff like that because you bought it with that money. You bought it with that organization's money, and that's why most of them are being smart and uh, not affiliating themselves with stuff, separating businesses from their names, changing things, because it's they already know that it's going down, and they don't want to lose everything. And it's funny because the world doesn't know this. The us as a community are unaware of this, but they know it. It's a work in progress.
Reaching
I
out
keep
to their
feeling that it's a
network,
work in
making
progress.
phone calls, sending messages, asking seemingly innocent questions about you. Who are you spending time with? What opportunities are you pursuing? Why do you seem different? They're trying to gather intelligence because information was always their primary weapon, and now they're operating blind. They're not just losing access to you, they're losing access to everyone who matters to you. The universe is creating interference in their ability to gather
You
intel.
remember I told you that we're connected to the universe, and based off our deeds and us, and whether we give back to the universe or not, it determines whether we're protected from the universe. You know what I'm saying?
People who used to report back about your life are suddenly forgetting to respond to their messages. Family members who once shared everything with them are
You
developing
know, that may sound so crazy to people, and they don't understand that this is very vital information for us as a whole to live amongst the world. Period. To, we all, whether you have a house, a home, a tent, whatever you reside on, is on the land. Is so how we treat how we treat each other mimics how we treat the land, pretty much.
boundaries. Their spy network is dissolving, and they can't figure out why nobody's cooperating anymore. You want to know why they're truly done? Because their entire system was built on one assumption,
Hmm.
that you'd never see through them,
See,
that you'd remain confused, doubtful, and dependent
they
forever.
tricked everybody. Like I said, I get that feeling of being obsessed with our resources that our land give us, because everywhere in the world you're not able to do certain things. You know, what I'm saying is, most of these foreigners were upset that they could not grow certain things that we were able to grow. They were unable to do certain things that we were able to do. The land smelled more fresh, more oxygen felt. And it's like they set us up in a way that we could fucking destroy outside of the earth. And I think we missed it and wanted to draw lines for the technology, the gadgets, the tools, the things that they presented in exchange, using that exchange system that our ancestors lived by, which were to exchange for work exchange for goods, and ended up manipulating the whole land, made this whole type of system because we didn't make it. We did not make it. The foreigners created it. when they saw these different trees, because that their land did produce. Yeah, there these certain trees that only grew in certain places of our land that needed certain oxygen. Their land already provided and destroyed ours and made us do it. And spiritually, most of them knew because, like I said, most of the people are part of the cultures that they study these things. They've researched these people that they've had convicted. It goes that far. They've had certain people that they studied convicted so that they could study them up close, so they can get their minds and understand what they knew. And then any lineage behind them that carried those things they study and found in them, they continue to study them. I figured it out. This is alleged YouTube's for entertainment. I figured it out, and these descendants are now what we call targeted individuals. These people that's on the watch list. These people who are being studied for their genetics. Most of them being studied since birth, but 9 out of 10, some of them that were from these royal areas, northern areas, where they had home visits. They didn't go to hospitals. They didn't get their, uh, you know, blood types studied and recommended. Mm. That says, oh, I think I'm gonna stop right there. But
Forever. They never prepared a backup plan for the
understand what I
version of you
said.
that's awake, sovereign, and immune to their tactics. They put all their
Understand
energy
and
into one
dissect what I said.
strategy, and that strategy
And then
just
you'll have
became obsolete.
realized why certain, see the confirmation, you'll have figured out why, who, when, and how
Somewhere along the way,
these
you had
people
to
that are
subscribe
on the watch
to
list are
everything.
being surveillance, studied,
Revelation is
and
your ex is about to
modified
make their move,
based off
not
what
might, will.
reactions is
They're
needed based
already
off their
feeling the shift
genetics.
in your energy from a
what
distance,
what I
like a
mean is some of them are like study for their certain organs. Like, what would this do if this do this, this do that? It's like preparing themselves because now then they're preparing to take this from you. Allegedly, they're preparing to take this from you.
shark sensing blood in water, except in
Confirmation.
this case they're sensing power,
Confirmation.
elevation, and the unmistakable
Thank
frequency
you,
of
Father.
someone who's about
Thank
to
you,
level
Spirit.
up financially, and they
Thank you,
want in
Daddy.
before the door closes permanently. You've probably already felt the energy
Yeah.
shifting. Maybe they viewed your social media recently.
Mm.
Maybe mutual friends mentioned them out of nowhere. Maybe you had a dream about
That's
them. That's
confirmation to the study because all of your reactions. This is why internet was embodied because this give a up close and personal social interaction for these people that's being documented because uh, this give a different angle because like I said they're preparing to take these things from these people allegedly. They already know what blood type these people are. They know what organs they need. Like that guy. That's why I brought him up. That guy that's servicing around all these people interviewing him, and he's on his seventh or sixth heart transplant. And I guarantee you, go ahead and find that person's name that was the person that donated the heart. I guarantee you he was being studied. I guarantee you he was a targeted individual. I guarantee you his family was if he wasn't. But I guarantee you it'll point you right where I'm talking about. I guarantee you'll see what I'm talking about. Because 9 out of 10, this guy was prepared for that moment.
That's not coincidence.
Allegedly.
That's the
Good
universe showing you the
confirmation.
test before it arrives, so you can prepare your response. Because how you handle this moment determines whether you pass into your new reality or get delayed by
I
old
understand that.
patterns.
Now,
They're going to
hearing that isn't that disgusting because that explains all of this. That explains all of this.
approach with you.
And then you understand why they gave certain people back. This was documented during the wars. It's alleged though, because I'm not telling you I'm accurate. Maybe I'm a little bit off, but I read that these soldiers and most in the same story that the soldiers, because most of the soldiers was these Cherokee, Seminoles, Choctaw, and Africans tribes that were deployed. They were given allegedly they was giving them alcohol. Mm. They was giving them alcohol, and what you always hear that saying, you can't give no Indian boy no spirits. They knew this. They studied them, and it was all for one purpose because they wanted to know what would it do to them because they're preparing to take that from him.
Humility. The
Confirmation.
performance will be Oscar worthy. They'll talk about growth and therapy and realizations. They'll claim to finally understand what they lost when they let you go. They might even have prepared
All of
speeches
it is
about
for
how
money.
much they've
All of
changed.
the recycling, all of the even down to the because we are a part of giving this message to the brotherhood. These people that's a part of these corrupt organization that benefit from these things. This is a way that's going dismantle everything they need in the future realm. See, look, when you recycle people's organs, when you see, look, those tribes that you thought they were doing ceremonies, this is what our ancestors didn't tell y'all. When you thought they were doing ceremonies, sacrificing those animals, no, those animals probably 9 out of 10 end up being sick and they couldn't save them. The healer couldn't save them no more. It probably was the last time. It was time for him to go home. And they honored him. They didn't take him out. They honored him. It was against the spiritual way of living to take him out. So they definitely didn't. So when they ate from that animal, it was because he passed out. They did not sacrifice these animals like we do. They didn't do that. And what they saw when they saw these warriors and these priests wear these animal skins, furs and stuff allegedly, because I heard stories from people actually who practice this still. They wore out of respect for them and honor and appreciation. Remember I told y'all earlier in the live, appreciation is the key to life. That was a way of showing the animal appreciation, like giving back to nature, right? And then they gave the remains to the animals and nature. And we're supposed to live like that too. The animals live like that. That's what these people, these tribes, they did this mimicking the animals because the animals do this. The animals do this. And we think they hunting each other. No, they're really hunting the sick ones and stuff, helping them. And I don't think we ever got it, understood this. When you see those animals out there like that, they see the aura color, they smell it. You ever went around a cat or a dog and you sick, they smell you, they know it. Sometimes they want to protect you, but we made them predators because we 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 track them down. And it's the same way we are in life. We track each other down for the money instead. Like the animals do it for to eat, we do it for the money. And they go extinct when they do that because they eat each other up, and we go extinct because we abuse each other up with the money, with the thing we hunt them for, right? The same thing they go extinct for the thing they hunt them each other for. We go extinct for the same thing. That's where the oxygen play in. The oxygen, once the oxygen go, oh God, they no weapon formed shall prosper. If these brotherhood boys, that's why we need to go ahead and knock on their doors. If these brotherhood boys don't switch up, the oxygen, we see stuff on the news like it's like a heat stroke type of effect. People walking the Trail of Tears passing out because the oxygen, and then you have to pay for oxygen. You have to, instead of, you know how you pay for propane, that you have to pay for oxygen because then they can't give it to everybody. We don't want that, and we could fix that by guarding that everywhere. This is the key. Don't panic and force these people. Sign it up. I don't care if this get me MLK by morning. I'm gonna tell everybody this the key, and replay this back one day for me. The key to is gardening, y'all. Gardening in everybody backyard. Gardening in parks. Have a free, you know how certain places of the world, I see certain places, some people do this, and I appreciate these people who do this. You go certain places, you'll see donated gardens at parks, or some family or business came and adopted that little park and they put gardens there. These people got an idea. If you could do that, every park garden there, and it could be a community garden. So when all of this stuff, because at some point you're gonna need a lot of space, because that stuff gonna start being really full, and make it have people, volunteers watch over it, make sure people don't abuse it, and that's the way you keep up with it. But at some point, people are not going to want to fuck it up. People are going to get to a point where they're going to take care of it and cherish it because they got to go to that stuff. Because they're going to start taking care of theirs, and they're going to want to take care of that one too. Because they got one at home. People mess up stuff that they don't have. We got to remember this stuff. They mess up stuff they don't have. They got one at home. They're going to take care of the one at home, and they're going to take care of that one and everyone they see when they walking. Because it remind them of them. It remind them of their shit. But people, only reason people still, and do all this stuff is because they doing it for stuff they don't have and they want it. But everybody, if we get everybody on that equator, since we talking about the universe, then everybody will feel the need to give back to each other, go back to that trading way of living. Nobody, you won't even have to lock your car up probably at that point. People gonna be, people gonna be so free they're not gonna give a fuck about none of that stuff because they can go buy one themselves. They can go trade for one. It'll be so possible for the bums to get cars, for the bums to get homes. You might want somebody might say, "Hey, I want to downsize, and I'm gonna take your tiny home. You can get this mansion. It's gonna be that equal, cause it won't even feel like a downsize. He probably got an RV too. He gonna park it on your little land that the government gave you for your tiny home, little mansion, and garden. He can park over there by your garden with his RV. He'll take that. You could take his home and keep up with the maintenance and stuff because he can't really find everybody to fix the stuff. He done got too old, like, oh shit, I just got me a mansion and traded my tiny home. If we do that, this will be smart. This will be ingenious. This will be giving back to nature. This will be replenishing oxygen everywhere because there will be food that we will feed nature when we give these plants, these vegetables, these fruit, these um these other types of lettuce and we giving it to nature, corn, and we're feeding nature, doing that. Somebody better get these folks on the line. Let's go knock on the government's door and say, hey, we figured it out. We need to make it possible that we feed all families and we feed Mother Nature and make sure everybody has a garden and make it possible. You don't have to apply for it. There's going to be mandatory allotments for people to get everything they needed to start it, and once they start it they get tiers of stuff to plant with until they get it on their own, and then they own their own like a home purchase, then they own their own once they get it. We can make it done, we can get it done, but nobody want to do it. I promise you, I'm talking about it. I know you might say, you do it. If I had the money, it would be done already. I would be showing you the proof and encouraging other people to do it too. Because it'll be simple. You'll get, at some point, get assistance from the government after investing in your little funds to join in. And everybody start doing it too. But the first thing to do is demolish this corrupt organization that will prevent this from happening because they have connections everywhere and they won't let that happen because they're so entwined with the cash and having the most.
How different they are now, how ready they are for the kind of love you deserve. And a part of you, the part that remembers loving them, might feel tempted to believe it.
I give them
Don't.
this. Look, I give them this. If we've been, how you could tell a person how they live, what they went through, because most people be in survival mode. This organization is stuck into survival mode, and they don't know that we've evolved enough that we can all have it too, and be okay, and it'll be all right. They don't understand that they can make it better by exhausting these systems that they've set up for people and certain people to stay down because we're actually ruining the atmosphere by holding them down because you got all of these people that could be resourceful to the universe by keeping it up with the upkeep if you allow them to utilize it. That's how our ancestors kept it up. They didn't just have certain people live in certain areas because they liked the way that area looked. No, they knew that area needs certain work done, and they can reside there and at the same time give back to that area by keeping having the upkeep, having these fruits and grains and everything to replenish it every day because they give it a spice. It's like it's cooking every day. You get the sun, that beam on it, that cook it, and at night it sog up and roast up. And if it snow, oh God, that's a whole brew, a whole potato soup for the universe. It's food. I figured it out, y'all. We took away the food from the universe. And by taking it from the universe, we also took it from families that the universe wants to feed. And we eat with the universe, and that's how we become one with the universe again. Somebody need to be knocking at their doors to make this happen, to save society, to save the universe, to save the planet. All that y'all be saying, this the way to do it. And then at the same time, you help these homeless families. You give them a space they can always go to, morning, noon, and night. They won't need to really, the pantries would just be a bonus at some point because they will also be getting community volunteers, bring them the overflow because it's going to be so much at these gardens all over. They going to be giving them stuff. So to the families that can't make it to a garden, they go to this pantry and get this same stuff. Or you could tell them if it wasn't enough at these, that you have that open in case their community garden have much and they're in a drought in their garden. You have that stuff because people, again, community volunteers gonna be bringing them the overflow. So you're gonna have not only be so overloaded with food, we're gonna have so much to give to people who don't have none, and that will be rare. Then we go ahead and show statistics, and we'll have and inspire other countries to do the same shit. Or maybe we go into a pack where all of these countries go into the same position, and everybody around the world would benefit, especially the universe. Now we in alignment again, and we're happy, in the world. The whole world is fucking happy. We will have solved ancient mysteries. Maybe I'm going too far, y'all, huh?
This isn't
I'm
growth.
not being
This is
practical.
strategy.
Yeah.
They're not responding
Confirmation.
to who you are. They're responding to what you're becoming. They can sense the money moving toward you, even if they don't know the details. They can feel the elevation happening in your energy field, and they want to secure their position before you're completely out of their league. This is opportunism wearing a mask of redemption.
Thinking that this will be a way that they save themselves, but not realizing that it's the energy itself that helps you, you know, make up for lost times, makes helps you buy, you know what I'm saying?
If this message
We was
aligned with your
tricked.
purpose, hype this video so fellow chosen
See,
ones
look,
can
we was
find their
tricked.
confirmation. The controlling figure in your life
Most people won't get it until it's too late, though. This is important for us, and we don't want to hear it because it's just too out of grips.
is actually encouraging this reunion behind the scenes. Either they've directly contacted your ex, or they're manipulating mutual connections to facilitate it. Why? Because they know this person's weaknesses, they understand how to control them, and they believe getting you back together with someone they can manipulate through
Mm.
proxy is their best
You
chance of
know
stopping.
that explains a lot because I had a couple people from my past reach out, try to flirt a little bit, and just one in particular has a certain motive, uh, trying to get back with me, and I saw it like a red flag went off, and I followed my intuitive leads for this reason, so I could see people for who they are
Your ascension, but they made a
and know
critical
why
miscalculation. Your
they
standards
do
aren't
certain
just
things.
higher now, they're different in kind, not just degree. Going backward isn't unappealing, it's physically impossible. Your body rejects low vibration connections now,
That's
the way a
confirmation.
healthy immune system rejects disease. When your ex tries their old tricks,
Maybe I was being a little harsh. Is how I felt.
you'll feel it in your gut. That immediate recoil that tells you everything you need to know about the authenticity of their approach.
Because I tell y'all what, these people that's being monitored the way I am, you have people sent to you. Believe it or not, allegedly, this from what I've analyzed, you have certain people set your way manipulate certain areas of your life that's being sabotaged from the other side.
For this specific
Follow
pattern,
me.
they'll initially respect your boundaries perfectly, too perfectly, like they studied what a respectful person looks like, and they're performing it. But then slowly, subtly, they'll start testing.
It's like a
A guilt
pyramid
trip
scheme.
here, a passive-aggressive comment there, always with the underlying message that if you really believed in their change, if you really loved them, you wouldn't need such strict boundaries. That's when you'll know it's performance, not transformation. Your ex is about to
This is
make
how I
legal
know that
claims.
this is it's a transformation in my life because everything is shutting the fuck down and I am excited for the future versus being in panic mode and being like, oh God, what am I gonna do? Because everything is changing. My rent is changing. I got it's so much I gotta do and I am not worried. For some reason, guys, like I'm excited for this new transition in my life because this is alignment. Everything is alignment. It all makes sense when you look at it that way because it's like, oh, hell yeah, I need to move over here because this is where I'm going to get this done at. Or I need to do that because that's where that's going to come from. And then the universe automatically, like, it's like the angels use certain things to benefit you because they can see these things for us, y'all. That's why I feel like angels work for us. They see things that we can't see. But we abuse these privileges when we go against nature, abusing the very source which is the oxygen that allow us to breathe in this realm to utilize the things and resources that we come along with that we supposed to supply people with because we use that energy that's connected to that oxygen.
They
Hello
have no
people.
right to make.
Hello.
The controlling
I think
figure
these
might
coaches
even be
know this.
helping them draft documents claiming rights to assets or opportunities that have nothing
Here
to
we go,
do
that's
with them.
confirmation.
But here's your advantage. Legal protections are being put in
Because
place
you have
right now
spiritual
that you don't
coverage
even know
based
about
off of
yet.
your reaction and
Attorneys you
transaction
haven't
using
met
your
are
aura
preparing
and the
defenses for
oxygen.
attacks you haven't
Oh
seen
man.
coming.
Because we naturally give, didn't I say that's confirmation with the ad? Didn't I say that energy that's connected to oxygen helps reproduce the same oxygen we give off, y'all? Because we are oxygen itself. We can help Mother Nature. We can help Mother Nature. But because we abuse Mother Nature, we are unable to reproduce like a mother that can't reproduce. We're unable to reproduce because of our way of living, our way of using that very resource that's able to reproduce itself.
Serves one purpose, to prove to
I
the
believe these
universe that you've
coaches
truly
know this.
evolved beyond old patterns, that you can't be manipulated back into dysfunction, no matter how sophisticated the approach, that your sovereignty is non-negotiable. Pass this test by
And that's
refusing to engage
confirmation
emotionally.
because the energy you give off is non-negotiable. The only way you change it is the way you change your aura. The way you live changes the aura, of course, because you energetically give off this aura field. Duh. So that's the only way that we fixed our issue.
Redact them to your legal team. Maintain your boundaries with calm certainty. Show no anger, no bitterness, just
It ain't
unshakable
no amount of
clarity
money in
about
the
who
world we
belongs
could
in
go.
your
We could, and we
future and
definitely can't make no more money. Ain't no amount of money in the world gonna fix this issue. The only thing that's gonna fix it if we repay Mother Nature, we start planting out here. This shit sounds so. I know it sounds crazy to me, but I guarantee you, it's a ding dong moment. We have to repay Mother Nature. We have to save ourselves. We need to plant everywhere. We need to plant gardens everywhere. You're feeding the world. You're feeding the world. Say it and think about it. Because you're not just feeding people, you're feeding the atmosphere. You're feeding the trees to be able to keep reproducing. You're feeding Mother Nature to be able to give you oxygen with those leaves and reproduce and allow you to reproduce and help reproduce by continuing to keep up with the gardens. Have people out there making sure the soil don't go bad, making sure the plants don't go bad, the vegetables are actually growing good. Because now you just made a stew in the world and you fed everybody with it because you got to get the excess off there somehow. and allow that plant to continue to keep feeding the world. Those tribes tried to do that, but we shut it all down because we wanted reinforcement, we wanted control over it. It was these corrupt organizations that wanted this to begin with, not realizing we fucked ourselves doing that. You told Mother Nature, fuck her. We're gonna take all of this and we're gonna do it the way we want to do it. No. First of all, there were certain locations that were made to reproduce a certain way based off the oxygen in that area. And then you said, no, we want to do it over here, we don't want this done here, and you don't help yourself. And we wonder why we get these certain codes and all of that, because we should have known then when that first started to play out that we fucked up the equator. And we keep building and
Who
building,
doesn't?
but we ain't gonna
Fourth
tell nobody.
revelation, and this is where the energy shifts from defense to offense. While
See, I'm
your
gonna
ex
say
is
what
planning their
people
pathetic
afraid to
return,
say,
and your
but
enemies are
somebody got to say it because somebody need to hear it, because something need to be done about it, or else we just fuck up ourselves from reproducing
plotting
it
their
and
desperate
going
moves.
extinct
The universe is
and
positioning
not being
someone
able to
extraordinary into
survive
your
in
path.
anywhere else.
Someone who doesn't
Because
need you,
just like certain areas were meant for certain things to reproduce, you were meant to reproduce in that realm, in that area you in. And so you trying to go in bunkers, you trying to go to space, is that's just definitely your domination, because you wasn't meant to reproduce there.
but chooses you. Someone who doesn't want to be saved but wants to build an empire.
Confirmation.
Someone who's been preparing for you just like you've been preparing for them. This person exists right now, walking the same earth, breathing the
They'll be
same
like,
air, and they're clear.
this just for entertainment, YouTube. So there's been theories of these brotherhood organizations having escape routes. There's been saying underneath in dark webs everywhere for over 20 years. I can remember back then of these sayings. They've been even been cartoons of it, of them knowing that there's gonna be some type of apocalypse, and they have safe places to escape to. So there's some theories of them going to space and have already places where you can buy your space there in case something go down. You have a first class flight there. There's even been sayings of there being bunkers underneath the, our homes and stuff. Them having already again having bunkers that they've already reserved and stuff. And I say this, my theory of this, is not what I made up. This is my theory though. Even those escape routes won't work for them, because that's not where you're supposed to reproduce. So is you're going to magnetically attract whatever's in that atmosphere of destruction to zap to you. So imagine in space a meteor that's probably falling slow down is gonna fly to you like, what the fuck you doing up here? You supposed to be down there where I'm going. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh God, I made it there, like a GPS system. So that's definitely what they don't want to do. I just help them out. Don't do that. And then the worst one is being trapped underground, because those escape routes they gonna make won't be help them. It will be shut down, because that's not where you're supposed to reproduce at. And there we go again. Anything of obstruction or to destruct anything moving down there is going to zap to you, because now the destruction that it was supposed to do is somehow GPSing to you. So you definitely don't want to do that. See, I'm giving them clues. Don't do that. The best thing to do is stay here and fix what you supposed to fix here, because your spirit was sent here to reproduce something, whether it's grain or a few things with somebody else, because you energetically attract that. Just like we energetically attract certain paths when we reconnect with certain people. You know how you meet somebody and in a few years you run across them again. That's a sign that you were meant to do something with that person, whether it was something you need to do for them, or it was something they need to do from you, or something y'all need to learn from each other, but it was destined. That's just how energy works. It comes back. That's why our ancestors told us what's meant for you gonna always come back, because it's a boomerang effect. They knew this. They didn't really tell these people that were studying us everything, and this is where they fucked up at. And they started creating this witchcraft, the language. They started, allegedly YouTube. They started to create these rituals. They started these occultist groups. They started to formate. It gets deep. And you abusing the money caused us to not be able to reproduce because of these organizations. This is why most people should take this serious as far as exposing these programs so that you could direct that energy away from you, because it's just like that saying in the judicial system, when they say that you're tied by alliance, or you're when you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you're just accomplishing, what I'm saying, accomplice. And that's the same way energy works. So when you in the same workspace, especially if you work for a company that does these bad gestures, that's abusing the energy, because everything is about money. Now you got that same little magnet on you, because you affiliate by accomplice, or however they say it. So spiritually, you have to affiliate yourself from it in order to separate your aura from them, from theirs, or else we just give that bubble effect, like a community, like the community do. As confirmation, babe. They gonna find out too late.
Clearing the last obstacles from their path so they can meet you at exactly the right moment with exactly the right energy. They're not some mystical soulmate concept. They're a flesh and blood human being who carries their own wealth,
I
their own power.
love this. I love this because being in the knowing of knowing you're blessed behind the things people do to you, because energetically, like I said, we're all energy. Energetically, they bless you, and you wonder why you keep getting storefuls when you go through things. Is because it's the energetic ties. It's like that trade payment that you give off. If you trade for something with someone, you gotta give it back. You gotta get it back. And this is how energy works. So every time these people go against you, they give it back spiritually, forcibly. Nothing they could do.
Their own vision, and they're incomplete
No amount of
without the
money,
specific frequency you
which is
bring to the
oxygen,
equation.
no
You
amount of
won't
it
meet as
they
wounded
could
people trying to heal
give
each
to
other.
repay this,
You'll meet as whole people,
because
recognizing
it's
the
not the
potential for
exchange of energy
exponential
they could
growth.
use.
Two successful
Ooh, see, they
individuals
don't know
who
that.
understand that what you're
They
building
can't
together
know that.
is far too important to rush into emotional territory prematurely. The attraction will be immediate. The
The
chemistry is
only
undeniable.
the only exchange of currency that they could use is in your attentions and things you do, because you forgetting to give back to the universe. We definitely not, because we took all of the grain and the vegetables and the things that the universe needs to continue to reproduce. Why the fuck nobody talk about this?
But the wisdom will be even stronger. They're going to approach with professionalism first, not because they don't feel the pull, but because they understand that great partnerships require great foundations. You're not building a romance, you're building a dynasty. And dynasties aren't created through passion alone. They're created through strategic alignment, shared values, complementary skills, and unshakable trust that's built
Thirsty.
through consistent action over time. This person has walked away from lucrative opportunities that didn't
I
align with
gotta
their
get ready to
values.
stand up,
They've
because
turned down partnerships with people who had
my
money.
leg is going to sleep right now. See, I can't sit too long and I can't stand too long. I've been sitting here for about 20 minutes. Feel like I know I time it. I know it has to be over 20 minutes, because usually that's when my legs start to. I could sit down for a good 5 minutes and it won't be really nothing. But if I sit past 15 minutes, is when it's a hard time for me to get back up. So I probably move around too much, but I try to move around, because if I stay there too long, I'm gonna have a hard time getting up. And not only I'm gonna have a hard time getting up, I'm gonna have a hard time walking until my leg get until I moisture lubricate my bones. I call it that. Until I lubricate my bones from being stiff, and it made me walk with a limp. It made me walk with a limp. So it's something I'm like really self confident about, or however you say it. I really like am ashamed of how I limp, y'all. For real. I honestly, I try to get out there and walk the trail a lot to kind of give my bones a little momentum, because you're just like the oxygen can reproduce itself, my cartilage could reproduce itself, and I try to do that. It works, but because I do so much work on my joints, is no, I give myself no time replenish, uh to rest, to allow itself to just take charge, because I'm always on the go. I'm always on the go, and then I'm imbalanced with it because when I'm not on the go, I'm laying down too much because I'm probably sleep.
but no integrity. They've rebuilt from setbacks that would have destroyed most people. And through it all, they've maintained a clear vision of what they're building and who belongs in that vision. You're about to discover that you've been auditioning for this partnership your
Oh, so
entire life with
it's been about 15 minutes. Not even. See, it feels so long though to me.
without knowing it. The business opportunity that brings you together is already in motion. Conversations are happening in rooms you're not in yet.
I
Introductions are
guess I'll
being
make an
arranged by
excuse. I'll go
people who
check the
don't know
house
they're
because I
part
have
of a
to
cosmic
stand
setup.
up.
Resources are being aligned. Timing is being orchestrated. And soon you're going to be in a space, physical or
I'm gonna end the
virtual,
live
where
in a
this
minute
person
though.
is also present. The connection will be instant, but the approach will be calculated. Your creative gifts are about to meet their strategic brilliance. Where you see possibilities and vision, they see structure and systems. Where they might get lost in logistics, you remind them of purpose and meaning. Together you create something the world desperately needs, a business model that generates wealth while elevating consciousness, profit with purpose, success with soul, the perfect fusion of spiritual mission and material abundance. The money comes faster than either of you expected, not because you're cutting corners or exploiting people, but because you're both operating from a frequency where abundance is the natural result of aligned action. Your combined energy creates a magnetic field that attracts opportunities, resources, and people who want to support what you're building. The fifth revelation shows the controlling figure's power structure is collapsing faster than they can repair it, and you get a front row seat to watch karma work in real time. Every person they turned against you is starting to see through them. Every lie they told is being exposed. Every manipulation tactic they used is backfiring spectacularly. And the beautiful part, you don't have to do anything except maintain your boundaries and watch. Rent a furnished, private room with utilities and Wi-Fi for less than $150 a week with PadSplit. We already have more than 8,000 dedicated members. Just look at some of our member reviews. Ready to join? Fill out an application in less than 10 minutes, get approved in 24 hours, and be in your new home in 48 hours. The smartest people on earth know how to spot a good deal. That's why they shop at Ollie's first. You'll save up to 70% off the fancy store's prices. So you go, you smart and savvy shopper. You know where the real deals are, where they sell good stuff cheap. Ollie! Good stuff cheap! Behind closed doors, they're losing their mind. Phone calls to their enabler network are increasing in desperation and frequency. They're reaching out to people they haven't spoken to in years, trying to rebuild alliances that are crumbling. They're making strategic social media posts designed to make you look unstable while they look like the victim. But here's what they don't realize. Everyone can see through it now. The performance is too obvious, the timing too convenient, the victim narrative too rehearsed. Former allies are taking screenshots of their messages, saving voicemails, documenting the manipulation for their
So
own
I'm about to get
protection,
off live in a
because they're
minute.
realizing if this
My
person could
grandbaby
do
just
this
woke
to
up
you,
and
they
she
could
is
do it
on
to anyone.
playtime.
The controlling figure.
Cause I had her out past her nap time. We was doing orders and her time is mixed up. So it is usually she'll be asleep right now, going to sleep, having a hard time. We have to take her for a car ride every day in order to get her to go to sleep. And right now, she don't need a car ride because she been riding all day. So the only thing we could do is let her run. They got her in there running around back and forth. To get her tired, this girl need a park inside her house, outside her house, She need to swing inside one of those beds that have a slide that slide to, in outside, because she is so energetic. She, to be so young, you have to watch her. She would climb the furniture. She will climb. She wants to climb stuff. So when we go to the park, the first thing she want to do to where I have to tell her, you too small for this. You can't do it. I have to hold her hand, and she pushing you off because she want to climb the little things that they have where the kids could climb it. She don't watch the other kids do it and want to climb it. Say she gonna have to get a whole gym. I'm gonna have to make some money for her to get her a whole exercise gym right outside her backyard, to where she can have an obstacle course every day before and after she go to school. Before she go to school, because I gotta help these teachers out, or else she gonna wreck their nerves. We needed to have her in to be able to go outside before she changed her clothes and play it off. Run through there a couple times and then come on, change her, and that's the only way she gonna operate. And then when she get home, you take on the outing and let her. And before she go in to change, go out there and play again. Wear it off. It'll minimize car rides. It'll have her balance. And Miss Girl is just like my younger daughter. Her mama, she was different from her. She had a laid back She was a baby doll. She was just the perfect baby to dress up, do her hair. She was opposite from her baby and my daughter, my younger daughter, who didn't like that, who don't like their hair that done or combs. She let you do it. She encouraged you when she got a certain age to do her hair. And she walked late. She talked late. She's very intelligent and will shock you at any moment. That's her. But then her baby is the opposite. She's very quick, learns very quick, walked very way too early. She walked before she crawled. She man, the only thing is she's mute. She talks in gestures. She actually talks and communicates. And I only noticed it because I noticed I had both one mute and one talk very early. And I noticed that she's talking just in gestures. She'll even sing something she wants to say. I want to get out. And most people won't notice that's what she just said. It sounds like she's just blabbering. No, listen to her. She just told you to get her the fuck out of that stroller. And like, no shit, that's what she really just said. Yeah, she's singing it. Or some kids will just point, and she does that sometimes, but she mostly sings stuff. But you have some kids that will use those gestures more than they could say any word. They'll point. They'll, you know what I'm saying, some draw. Uh, my oldest daughter was like that at some point. Some would draw or write what they want to say. All the while, they could speak. Sorry, I don't know why I redirected that, but I just went in there and saw Busybody, and she is way too smart.
Is creating
She's
evidence of
way
their
too
own
smart.
toxicity with every desperate move they make, and that evidence is being preserved by people they still think are loyal. The panic is becoming visible now. They're making mistakes, contradicting themselves, showing their hand in ways they never would have when they felt secure in their control. The mask they've worn for years is slipping, and people are seeing the ugliness underneath. Family members who always defended them are starting to ask questions. Friends who believe their version of events are requesting your side of the story. The narrative they controlled for so long is escaping their grip. Their final move isn't going to stop you, it's going to liberate you completely. When they reveal
I
their
wish I
true nature
had
to
a
your
little bit
distant
of
partner,
space
when they show their manipulation tactics to
to
the
react
business
to.
opportunity, when they expose their methods to people who have power.
Yeah, I want to do these reaction videos, but I want to do them in my room. I rearranged my room just to do this too, y'all. Um, I want to do it in my room because I want to the stuff that I've been researching, I want to actually give the reference in the videos, y'all. I hate to just say things and don't have any reference behind it. And that's mainly my reason why. And then I want to get more professional as far as documenting when I'm trying to document this instead of just rambling about. Most of us want to see proof. Most of us want to see these documents that's being given. Like there's a lot of organizations that's been bringing subpoena the government for certain list and things that's been done. They've been doing this behind the scenes, and a lot of us don't know this. So I said this is perfect for me to react to this on this channel, especially with these other people around the world that's researching this that don't know this. Maybe these guys could go in collaboration to, just present this different next time they try to subpoena the government to present their proof of the findings that they found now that they collaborate with more people that have different things done. And this is why it's important for us to talk about it, because we would have figured something out that would have to be shut down quick. Like mainly when I talk about money being a cashless society, it has been talked about for a long time. There's some stuff that I read. This has been talked about for so long. So this is possible. This is something that they would consider doing. And we panic when we think about that, but we'll be in position to have more resources for each other, because now, like I said, we'll be in predicaments where we'll have to work for things we want done, and most businesses are going to implement it anyways, to the point where we're forced to do that. Like, hey, if you want this, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and it's perfect. Nobody's gonna be lounging around being a bum, because if you want something done, you gotta work for this shit. This the only way. It's the law. Oh, who would have imagined hearing something like that? It's a law. If you want this done, you're gonna be violating the law if you don't get it done. If you don't do it after getting this service, and now they're on the run, they're having a warrant for their arrest. They can go to jail. So we can still fund the police. We can still have these certain systems, but they won't be as needed because there'll be less crime. There'll be, because most, like I said earlier in the live, most people do things because they don't have things, and most people take things that they don't have. Most of that, we're solving crime, we're feeding children, we're having resources that we create ourselves, we're fixing things ourselves, we're servicing each other as a community ourselves, because by law we would have to work for what we want done. And this might sound funny to people because they'll think this will never work, but our opinions matter. So all of us get on board with it. It could definitely happen.
Power. They're actually doing you a favor. They're removing any remaining doubt about who they really are. They're burning the last bridge back to toxicity. They're sealing their own fate. Social isolation is already beginning for them. Events where they used to hold court are becoming uncomfortable. People make excuses to leave early when they arrive.
Yeah, let's throw some
Conversations die
motivation
when they
in the comments. If you see this video, make sure you drop some type of motivation for those that's looking for some type of enlightenment, because there's a lot going on behind the scenes to a lot of people that's on this watch list, and we're supposed to uplift each other. Just like I said, we can make a difference for each other. We can also support each other, like, and that's the first step.
to the room.
So
The energy
leave some
vampire used
motivation
to
in the
feed on
comments to
attention
those
and
that's
control,
possibly
but
on
now
this
they're
watch list
experiencing
that's being
scarcity of both,
just
and they can't understand
in
why
need
their
of support.
tactics stopped working. They can't comprehend that the universe has simply revoked their access to you and everyone aligned with your
Special
mission.
thanks to those that's
The
behind the
beautiful
scenes
part.
helping us
You
out
don't
that
have to
you guys
gloat.
don't get to
You
hear
don't
about.
have to announce their downfall. You don't even have to acknowledge it. You'll be too busy building your empire, loving your partner, and stepping into the abundance that's already yours.
Confirmation.
Their collapse happens in your rearview mirror
Yeah,
while
this is
you're
alignment,
accelerating
y'all.
into your future. They
It was
become
needed to
irrelevant,
be
not
done.
through
It
your
was needed to be
revenge,
said.
but through your success. Sixth revelation, and this is the one that changes everything. The financial windfall isn't coming. It's already in
Thank you,
motion.
Spirit.
Right now, this
That's
very
confirmation.
second, money is moving through systems you can't see toward you.
Yes, confirmation.
Documents are being
I've been spitting that. I've been saying this. I've been knowing this. I've been having it done. that there's something big going to happen, something good. There's something big going to happen. I don't know if it resonates with you or if you hearing this right now, but there's something big, something beautiful, something inspire that's going to inspire you,
Paired in
because I
offices
feel
you've
that
never
in my
visited.
energy.
Attorneys you haven't met yet are structuring protections for assets you don't know you're about to receive. The
Confirmation.
universe isn't just planning your abundance, it's actively constructing it. Here's how it's going to arrive.
And it's
It
only
might
because of the things that was done, these things that happened during your transition moments. That's the most thing that matters. During your transition moment, things happen that you had no knowledge about. And because you had no knowledge about it, it comes like tenfold at that point. That's why they always say it's important. If you know better, you're supposed to do better. But when you don't know when something is done, it comes even harder as far as you getting karma in a good way.
come through inheritance, but not from who you expect. It might land as a business opportunity that seems to appear out of nowhere, but was actually orchestrated through multiple
Claim
connections
and
working in
receive it,
harmony.
because
It could be a legal
this is
settlement
an
that
abundance.
vindicates years of mistreatment, or an
I
investment
feel an
return.
abundance, and this ain't no snake oil shit. This is my discernment for myself, but we all are, you know, we all connect the dots together, y'all. So when you in a realm with somebody else that's being blessed, it's because you about to be blessed too. I always felt like that. So yeah, it's a huge abundance that you'll be able to supply yourself and the others. That's a
That
that's a
exceeds every
that's a
projection
boatload.
by exponential factors. However it arrives, it represents freedom materialized.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the critical instruction. Keep your mouth shut until everything is
Confirmation.
legally locked in place. Don't post about pending opportunities.
Don't
Don't share
tell nobody.
details
Don't
with
tell
people who haven't
friends when you
proven
get it.
loyalty through action, not words. Don't announce
The only thing that we're supposed to do is service things we're supposed to do. But when you interfere with other people, they make you do things that you're not supposed to do, and that's when whatever you did go non-exempt. It go
plans
extinct,
before
and it
documents are
has no
signed and
purpose, and
funds
you
are
don't
deposited.
see what you
The
got with
enemy
it,
eyes watching you are waiting for any intel they can use to
or you don't
interfere.
see what you got done
Silence
with it.
is your strategic advantage until the fortress is complete.
Mm. Confirmation, baby.
You already know the attacks weren't random, and if you're paying attention, you can feel it. Their walls are closing in. So let's talk about what we're doing about
God
it.
damn, my
That's why
leg
I
hurt.
built Destiny Engine. It generates personalized sequences
It's
that
so
help you rewire
irritating. It's like
betrayal
it's
into
throbbing in
transcendence,
different
turn
spots, and
isolation
that's
into
just
sacred
so
power,
irritating.
and transform their downfall into your rise. We are using the Dark Elite's own weapons against them, taking their declassified consciousness technology
You
that
know how you get a massage and it hit pressure points? It's like whatever energy weapon they're using is like laser and different, like five different I don't know, and it's just aiming at different places because it's like a massage I'm having that's brutal, y'all. Just it's like cramps
programmed competition
to
and
a with
scarcity and
cramps with
repurposing it to
steroids.
serve cooperative intelligence. The beauty is, you don't even have to lift a finger. You put on the headphones, press play, and your
You know,
subconscious is
I started to think maybe I was just overworked. That was the angle I had when I was, you know, and then felt like it was something serious. It could be like, these are symptoms of something big. But then the way it's radiating like that, it just feels like a laser or something. Like I pay attention to detail. I don't pay attention to what it is. I pay attention to how it moves and operates, and it feels like really, it feels engineered or feel by engineered.
rewired while your enemies
Confirmation.
collapse under the weight of their own lies. This is why I created it in the beginning, so everything they did to
Because I
break
paid attention to when it started happening. It was after something happened, and then it just continued like a campaign so that it could prove my weakness and inability to be able to reproduce like the oxygen and gather myself after that disaster. And it's continuing because it's still being campaigned right now, and I'm facing eviction. I mean, well, not eviction no more. No weapon form shall prosper. I beat the eviction, but the program is shutting down. So now I have to figure out what I'm gonna do. And this is the moment where I'm supposed to work more, and I'm being unable to because that energy weapon that they aiming at me is giving me these pains, uh,
You becomes fuel for your
allegedly,
purpose. The collective upgrade is underway. Start your destiny
and
engine for
aimed it
$1
directly at
today
my
and
leg,
watch divine justice
where
accelerate.
it's the opposite leg from the leg that I had X-rayed on. That's bad, but it's the opposite leg, and it's aiming at the hip instead of my knee.
In your life. Link in the description. Watch what happens when family members catch wind of your elevation. Suddenly they'll remember loans you never took. They'll
I
claim
got
promises you
so
never
okay, y'all
made.
think I'm going too far. I got the scars to prove it. I got the scars on my. I got the pictures, y'all. Got you. I got the scars on my neck from when I had the back pain back then, and I blamed it on a spider bite because the way the punctures look. But then I examined those, and they're actually not spider bites. They're just like some energy weapons, and it explains the type of pain I had. I wouldn't have had that pain if it was a spider bite. It would have been raised, high, infected. I would have passed out. Instead, it just gave me pain in my back. At the same, I had the pain. What I'm saying is, I had that pain the same time that I got that scratch. Then now I got this scratch on my hip, and the whole hip like I'm having heart attack symptoms. But it's not that. It's not because I overworked. I noticed that as soon as I felt that scar or that cut on my hip, the hip was hurting. Same as because they're using these energy weapons. The cut that is still, you could still see it on my temple, right on the temple. It's because it's too high. They have it too high. It's burning it like a laser. I had the same, that scar still on my face when I had that migraine so bad that when I would walk, it felt like I don't know, it mimicked like cancer shit, but that wasn't what it was. It's because they was aiming at the scar was the proof of it. Like while I'm having these pains, I wake up with a random scar right there on my face, on my forehead, because they use it at night. You have to be sleep like a sleep study, allegedly. They do it. They use it on you all day, the mind control part. But they do this MK. They do this use these directed energy weapons mainly when you sleep. And that's why you wake up with these cuts and stuff. So you get it, take a picture of it, because whatever fusion center that's near you is supplying these funding to have those weapons used on you,
They'll
allegedly.
feel entitled to percentages of blessings they had nothing to do with creating. Watch how fast alleged love transforms into naked greed when money enters the picture. It's
Or
going to show you.
if you're not a detainee or a study or whatever they call subject of interest, then someone's corruptly even using that corrupt energy device on you somehow, because they got, like I said, these alliances and these organizations, they have connections to use this stuff. Oh yeah, they
Exactly
may just use it on their homeboy, this guy that just pissed them off. Yeah, turn that shit right on him.
who was with you
Allegedly.
for you, and
That's
who was with you for
been
what
done.
they thought they could extract. The phrase "speak to my lawyers" is about to become your
Oh, but
favorite
everybody
response.
can't touch it. There are certain people that they know that they use that saying that some you gotta know people to get stuff done. There's somebody they know, they got access to go sit right with him while it's done.
Not said with arrogance, said with the quiet certainty of someone who knows they're protected on every level: legal, financial, spiritual, all
And
three
we wonder
working
why
in
we're not
concert to
reproducing
ensure what's
oxygen
yours
because
stays
we're using
yours.
it on this.
And anyone who tries to claim what they didn't earn discovers that the protections in place have teeth. Here's something most people don't understand about divine wealth transfer. It doesn't
It
just
costs for
land in
that.
your
He
account.
had to pay him to do that. He had to get access to do that. He abused that oxygen that ain't reproducing because of his deeds to sabotage somebody else because he felt the need to show him he have more superiority over him.
Randomly. It arrives with
And
built-in
the universe
protections
don't
that
like
human
that shit.
legal systems didn't create but will enforce. Every contract has language that shields you from predatory claims.
You wonder
Every
why,
asset is
speaking of
structured.
shielding, you wonder why when you in this vicinity or something happening, you're always not in that situation. Like it's being as close to an accident or being no weapon force sure possible, being as close to something being done. Like me and my daughter just left the store and this guy was telling me, hurry up and get out, hurry up and get out. Maybe I shouldn't say this on live, but I'm gonna tell you how spirit helped me out. That he was just about to do something to the people there. And he was telling me, hurry up and get out. Everybody he told me to. And while I'm leaving, that whatever happened, you know what I'm saying? I hope nothing didn't, but it just shows you how stuff happen when you in the area of stuff and it happened, it goes down just because the interaction just done that could have did something to you, but it bypassed you. Cause I don't know what happened. I have no clue why they was arguing. You know what I'm saying? But I just happened to be there and almost be there at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you know what I'm saying? I got the fuck from out of there. And that's how something I'm gonna tell you about this accident. I was walking. I was in West Palm Beach, Florida, and this guy. It was a guy that followed me around normally. You know how most of the time you notice certain people that are out to surveil you, and this was one of my regulars. I've seen him all the time, especially and I would say this every time I come out, this motherfucker is where I'm at. I don't care where I was in West Palm Beach, this person was there. So this guy that I'm speaking about caused a 3-car collision, y'all. I was walking and paying me too much attention, trying to troll me, saying stuff out the window, not paying attention. And the car that came that way, he tried to skeet off real quick to impress me, to piss me off, to splash that water on me. Because it's a big, oh yeah, it's a big puddle of water. And he felt the need to splash that water on me. And just that quick, he got karma. 3-car collision. No, Father, forgive them, bless them, the people that was involved in it, because he had to involve regular civilians in something that he had done. Maybe I shouldn't say that on live to get him in trouble, but who cares? I got to show you how spirit helped me, because the way his car ran off, it could have hit me, but it totally, like that magnetic effect I told you that we give off. It's like the car, the energy push the car the opposite way from my energy. It's like, oh, it was shielding me. Since we talk about shielding, it shielded me from being in the impact of what that man had done in transaction of me to begin with. Like it was automatically shielding me, and he ran into that pole and stuff, y'all, right behind me. And I'm just, all I did was look back and saw it like, oh shit, like you in another realm, like you in another world, cause that's supposed to happen to you.
To be legally unassailable. Every investment comes with protections you didn't know to request. This is cosmic intelligence working through earthly systems. The universe has been building a financial fortress around
Speaking
you
of
for
that
longer
incident,
than.
I hate that I brought it up because I forgot about it at some point. I felt really bad because I felt like I was the cause of that. But I didn't do that. The man was like purposely trolling me that day, following. First of all, he was stalking me because I just saw him 3 times at 3 different stop signs, and on top of that, he was going fast to splash me. So that made me feel bad. For a long time, I prayed.
You
Oh
realize
yeah, oh yeah.
every contract you sign from this point forward includes protections you didn't even know to ask
Confirmation.
for. Every asset you acquire is structured to multiply while remaining
It was
completely
raining and
protected.
everything, but
Every investment is
he would have like,
positioned to
I would
generate
have got caught
returns
by
that
that water.
compound across.
But I hurried up, then grabbed my daughters and moved. When I saw his direction, I knew he was about to head for that puddle, and I moved so it splashed me. It didn't really splash us, but if it would have splashed us, we would have been freezing cold. Had my umbrella, we'd have been freezing walking back home.
Generations. This isn't luck. This is divine architecture manifesting in the physical realm.
What? I just got a
It's
loan for $5,000
confirmation.
straight to my bank account, and I'm actually freaking out because now I can go.
Seventh revelation is that those creative
Okay, I'm gonna give a
practices
few
you've
more
been
minutes.
drawn to
Just I get
aren't
so in
hobbies.
tune when I
They're not
get one of these
therapy.
messages in my notifications, and I don't be wanting to. I'm gonna get a few
They're
more
not just
minutes because
self-expression.
this is
They're portals to higher dimensional
39
intelligence that's
minutes. We only in
downloading
20
business
minutes, so I'm gonna give a
strategies,
few more
market
minutes.
insights, and
Then I listen to
revolutionary
the rest, and
ideas
I
directly
gotta
into
go
your consciousness.
tidy up
Every
and
time you Create from an authentic
do
place,
my
you're
laundry,
accessing
finish
frequencies
my
that your
laundry up.
competitors can't reach, and that's about to become your unfair advantage. Your business acumen is awakening in parallel with your artistic gifts. This is
It's
rare.
confirmation.
Most people are either creative visionaries without business sense or strategic entrepreneurs without
I think I'm
artistic
gonna
vision.
start in here.
You're becoming
I
both
should. No, I'm gonna do it in the
simultaneously.
morning because
The
they gonna
artist
come
who
over here and mess
understands
with me
market.
if I start cleaning my car up. They gonna come over here. So definitely, see, look, that's me and my multitasking. I finna clean this damn car out, but it ain't really much to clean up, but just to get the cups and stuff out of the cup holder and sweep.
It's the entrepreneur who values beauty and meaning. The strategist who
So
sees
I'll do that in
patterns
the
others
morning.
miss because you've trained your consciousness through creative
But I
practice.
want to leave the
When your destined partner
apple cider
enters,
vinegar.
they
Oh yeah, shout out to the apple cider vinegar. It repels the smoke. So whenever I smoke in my car, I'll definitely leave my little sauce that I implement with apple cider vinegar in the car. If I leave it overnight without opening the doors, it smells like a brand new car, no smoke smell.
going to need
So
exactly this
I wanted to
combination.
sweep and do that,
They
and then
bring
spray
structural
it in the
brilliance
carpet
and
too.
strategic
But I'll
execution.
do it in the
You
morning.
bring visionary
I'll
capacity
just
and
bring the
creative
apple cider
problem
vinegar.
solving. Where they see logistics, you see possibilities. Where you see potential, they see systems. Together you create something the market has never seen before. Not
Yeah,
because
you
you're
throw
trying to be
a
different,
little mint
but
in
because
there,
you're
or
accessing
lavender too.
intelligence
If
from
you spray
dimensions
that in the
the
carpet, but
competition doesn't know
throw some
exist.
mint and
The
that apple
business
cider
you're about
vinegar.
to build will operate on principles that
Have some
traditional
pine
thinkers
cones in
will
the
call
car.
impossible.
It's gonna
Radical
soak that up,
transparency while maintaining
and
competitive advantage.
your car gonna smell
Generous
so
profit
good.
sharing while maximizing returns. Creative freedom while
I
maintaining
need to stop
disciplined
smoking in it
execution.
because it'll smell
Spiritual
good
development
every day. It
as
smell
actual
even better
business
every
practice
day.
while dominating market share. And these seemingly contradictory principles will be precisely why you succeed where others fail.
But this
The
is the only
automatic
place I
writing
just
you
gotta stop smoking. This is the only place I smoke. So if you notice, when I go live, it's probably because I'm smoking in the car, but I don't smoke in the house. I have asthmatics, and plus there's a baby in there now. But before the baby was there, I still didn't smoke because I have asthmatics, right? So, and then on top of that, I don't like the smell of smoke. I don't even like the smells of marijuana in my house. Most people like that. I don't like the smell of smoke in my house. It's not about how it smells at the moment. It's the smell, the residue that it leaves behind that drives me crazy. So I smoke in my car, and then I feel bad about it still because I don't like my car to smell like that. But I need to make some refreshers like that. Come up with something because that the way I wipe the car down and put that apple cider vinegar in here, and sometimes I like the sage, but it replenished the smoke smell completely, y'all. I promise you. It's something about the car. I don't know if it would do it for the house as effective, but it does it for the car because it's so compact that it smells like a whole nother car, y'all.
you've been practicing. That's strategy downloads, the
Confirmation.
meditation visions,
I think
market
it's good for
intelligence, the
the
creative
the
projects
the
that wake
smell
you up
too in
at
the car
night,
as far as breathing in
blueprint
it when I do
transmissions
that
for the
because it
empire
smells
you're
so
building.
fresh.
Start documenting everything because these aren't random inspirations.
Like you
These
can
are
go to sleep in the
construction
car after
plans
that.
for your dynasty being transmitted from your highest self, who's already living the reality you're stepping into. Your creative output is about to carry frequencies that activate purchasing decisions in
Okay,
people who
baby.
encounter it. They won't be able to
Let me let
articulate
this
why they're drawn
smell
to your brand, your product,
get off
your
me before
service.
I walk in the
They'll just
house.
know that something shifts inside them when they experience what you create. This isn't manipulation, this is resonance. You're building businesses that actually make people's lives better,
Yeah.
and they can feel that
I went and deep
authenticity at a
cleaned the
cellular
house to
level.
change the
The eighth
aura,
revelation shows your
and it
energy
feels so
field
good.
isn't just protected anymore, it's weaponized. You've become energetically sovereign in ways that most people never achieve in an entire lifetime. The
Just gotta
meditation,
light some
the
sage
breath
in there,
work, the creative
and
practices,
it's gonna
all of it
smell
has been
so
building
refreshing.
psychic architecture that now operates automatically. You don't have
Did
to
I tell
consciously
y'all?
defend
See, I
yourself.
gotta tell y'all because I'm about to do this in the morning. When you bleach your house in light sage, it smells so good. I'm finna give y'all sauce. And if you have plugins in your house, that's even better. Like get some pine, but bleach your house down and light some sage. After that, open the windows and just spray it whatever with your daily air freshener and leave the house and come back. See, look, I didn't even mean to do
Chosen
this.
ones.
I did not
There is
mean
a
to
room
do that.
somewhere right
I
now.
can't listen. I
Maybe
gotta
it's
go do
dimly lit.
something.
Maybe candles
God
flicker
is
against the
funny.
walls.
It's a
Maybe
chosen one. This coat is trying to figure out how you found this out and where you get this from. Oh
the
God.
air tastes thick
Listen,
with desperation. And in
I
that
promise
room,
you I did
people
not
who once
press
felt
this.
untouchable are
Obsidian
pacing. They're
Alchemist.
sweating. They're looking at each other with
Okay, a
panic in
few
their eyes.
minutes. Let's
Because
do five
something has
minutes,
gone
y'all. 5
terribly wrong
minutes.
with their
'Cause
plan.
my phone
And
about to
that
pause.
something is you. They didn't expect this. They signed
Spirit wants us to
contracts.
hear
They
this. I
made
did not play
deals.
this, so
They
5
invested everything
minutes.
into your downfall. And now they're watching you thrive. They're watching you smile. They're watching you move forward like nothing ever happened. And the
Get
question that haunts
confirmation.
them every single night is this: how does this person know? Where did they get this knowledge? How did they escape our trap? What I'm about to share with you today will confirm everything you've been sensing in your
Okay,
spirit, every whisper you've
I'ma
heard in
like
the
this.
quiet hours, every dream that felt more like a warning than imagination, every moment when you just knew something wasn't right about certain people. You weren't
In the next
paranoid.
video, your
You were being
intuition is
prepared.
pissing these
This is
people
the
off.
moment the veil
You
gets
are so
pulled
very
back. This
intuitive
is your
that this one thing.
confirmation. This is the truth they never wanted you to discover. Let me tell you what's really been happening behind the scenes of your life. There was a plan, a
Oh, my hips.
calculated,
Shit.
deliberate plan designed specifically for your destruction. These weren't random obstacles falling into your path. These weren't coincidences or bad luck or the universe testing you. This was
Man,
orchestrated. A group of people sat
confirmation.
down and decided they wanted you gone. They wanted your light extinguished. They wanted everything you carry inside of you to be handed over to forces that would consume it. But here's what they miscalculated. They looked at you and saw someone ordinary. They saw someone they could manipulate, someone they could trick, someone naive enough to walk right into the pit they dug. They analyzed you with human eyes and made human assumptions.
Mm,
They
mm,
forgot
mm,
one critical detail. You were never ordinary. You never belonged to them. You belonged to something higher, so they made their investment. They performed their rituals. They
mm.
did whatever dark work they believed would bring about your end, and then they sat back and waited. They waited for the news of your collapse. They waited for the phone call about your tragedy. They waited for the satisfaction of watching everything you
Wow.
built crumble into dust. But the weeks passed, then
I
the
started to
months,
wonder,
and
like,
something
why
strange.
during this campaign moment, I can definitely notice that there's a direction with things that's happening so coerced and covertly that everybody of help and need and support that could give me is ghost. Like each and every last one of them that would normally uh, offer things and offer check-ins and offer, openly, go ghost. No questions asked, no just ghost. It's like a ghost town all over my support system. And it put me in a bad state in the beginning until I realized, like, whoa, this is all strategic right now. Maybe most of these people that I'm noticing do these ghost moments are of alliance because there's a direction all the time. And then out of nowhere, when things are changing behind the scenes with these corrupt organizations, they would reach out at that same time. They were all random check-ins, random concerns, and offered assistance. Just so happen to have something for you, and these things are strategic every time, and it's all about keeping the flow of things done. And this is another form of abusing the oxygen because you are deciding whether this person should breathe when they should. This is also something that can prohibit them from reproducing their very own oxygen. causing them to have early distress in life. And you may think that most situations are most situations are avoidable, but it's like final destination. The energy you give off, it boomerangs back. So that therefore, whatever you're going through, you're supposed to go through it. Just like me in my situations, I'm supposed to go through it to overcome them. And that's why most things are allowed to happen because it's energetic. And then when people manipulate the direction that's supposed to go, like because it's alignment, they be a they become a part of it, just like a alliance. You naturally become a part of the karma that you get with interfering with. This is I'm just trying to explain that these people are setting themselves up for failure everywhere around the board, thinking that because they are able to be paid for it, it makes up for it. But what happens when money we go to a cashless society? Money doesn't mean anything. We're able to just do that with this. Just think about how serious that is. If we're able to do that with the blink of an eye, with the change of a system, all of those things you sacrifice to get that, it doesn't mean anything. So why are you really doing these things that you're doing for money? Because this could change at any given moment because it has changed so many times and it wasn't even started this way to begin with. That should tell us everything, but it don't. I think I'm going too hard. Most people not gonna understand that.
Something
To be able
strange
to
started
change
happening.
their way
You
of living,
kept going. You kept breathing. You
regardless
kept
if other
moving.
people do
Not
it.
only did you survive what should have destroyed you, but you started winning. You started glowing differently.
Energetically, I
Opportunities
started
began
winning.
appearing. Your mind got
It's
clearer. Your
definitely right
spirit got stronger. And the people who bet against you started losing sleep.
in front
The
of me.
first cracks appeared in their confidence when they
The
realized that
first
time
sign was when they aimed to take things from me that eventually was taken from them.
had shifted. Whatever they expected to
It's
happen by a
alignment.
certain date
Now,
simply
had I
didn't.
been of corruption, this is why most of the time, most people that study spirituality try to make people, and that's a way of selling the soul too, try to get people to live recklessly because they know that these people will get this karma. And they trick people out of their protection and shield, since we talk about being shielded energetically because of these energy field we give off that's connected to us now because we it's tainted now. You get back whatever you gave now, so that certain situations that happen, you protected from it, whether it happened or not. You are protected through it. That if it eventually happens, you get mad karma behind it, like blessings and gifts from the universe. Or if it's about to happen, you are shielded from it. Like I spoke about that time I was walking in West Palm Beach and protected and shielded from that accident, like because it wasn't supposed to happen, and then that person was in a negative intention for you to begin with. So they definitely get karma, and you definitely get rewarded in a way. That's why I keep telling people you don't have to be rich to be protected spiritually. Most homeless people have more spiritual protection than people who own mansions,
Expected to happen by a certain date simply didn't materialize. They
and that's
checked
from
in
the
with each other.
energetic room.
Maybe we didn't do it right. Maybe we need to try again. Maybe we need more power. So
It's
they
like
doubled down.
you rather have more power in the form of oxygen that everybody have equally, because naturally we all share this oxygen together. No one person own it. We all own the oxygen. We share it no matter what. You rather feel powerful in having that than having spiritual karma by the way you live. It don't make sense. Now you forfeit your protection universally. I mean, universal. You forfeit it. You universal uh bankrupt because you don't have the universe's protection, because you're not profiting. You're not helping the energetic field profit from anything you give, because you're not giving shit. You just taking for yourself. You taking all the oxygen and you taking all the resources that oxygen gives. This for the brotherhood. Like, it's all about you, not me.
Maybe we need more power. So they doubled down. They invested more energy, more resources, more
This
darkness, and
confirmation.
still nothing touched you. Now panic has set in because they know how these things work. They know the spiritual
Yeah, I said I'm
laws,
gonna give it
even if
five
they choose
minutes.
to violate them. They know that energy sent out must land somewhere, and if it's not landing on you, that means it's
And speaking
beginning
and
to
landing right in that 5 minute mark, it's because that's when I'm gonna hear what I need to hear right now.
circle back.
So we
That
gonna
means the
stick to
very
five
weapons they
minutes. We in
forged
three
for your
minutes of the
destruction
video.
are now pointing directly at them. Can you imagine that fear? Can you imagine being in a room full of co-conspirators, realizing that the monster you summoned is now hungry, and you've got nothing to feed it except yourselves? This is their
That's
reality
the
now.
thing, because energetically, that's what we do every day. And these people that study the cultures, they knew that whatever we give, it becomes a part of us. It's like trading for goods because you traded for that to happen to you. So they trick you covertly. They trick so many people into their own demises because they knew energetically they would be affected by it.
This is what keeps them up at night. This is why they're arguing with each other, blaming each
That's
other,
why Jesus
turning
was so
against each
adamant
other.
about spreading the
The
word
unity they
because he
once had in
noticed
their
that we were
hatred
being
of you
tricked,
has dissolved into every
allegedly.
person for themselves survival mode. And through it all, one question torments them more than any other. How did they figure this out?
Jesus
Because
saw the
somewhere along
saw saw the change in the direction spread, getting us in a situation where we forfeit our blessings and we move so far away from how they used to live and realize that this is why we are where we are today.
way you started knowing things. You started sensing things. You pulled back from situations that would have trapped you. You cut off people who were sent to harm you. You made decisions that seemed random at the time but turned out to be exactly what saved your life.
Okay, let me stop
They
and
don't
get my bag
understand
up.
how. They covered their tracks. They smiled in your face. They played their roles
Oh my
perfectly.
God.
Nobody gave any
Before he
signs.
said that,
Nobody.
I was hearing this song. They smile in your face all the time. And it's like it's right on choir when he said it. I was humming that shit. I was humming, smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place.
Slipped up,
Backstabbers.
and yet somehow you knew.
Backstabbers.
Here's your confirmation. That knowing wasn't paranoia. That knowing wasn't anxiety playing
Back.
tricks on you. That knowing was a gift from the highest realms of protection. The same way they have their sources in low places,
Wow.
you have sources in high places, and your sources are infinitely more powerful.
I
There's a
gotta
phrase
start
that
saying
keeps
how I
coming through
feel. That
right
was
now. When
confirmation in
I
a big
move,
way.
you move. That's the
There
relationship
we
between
go.
you and divine guidance.
Confirmation.
Spirit moves and you move
five
with it.
minutes
You don't
in.
always understand why. You don't always have.
I gotta start speaking my mind more and believing in my intuitive leads that I get because I be right on the money. It's like Spirit says, when I move, you move. And that motherfucker just said that. Just like that. Because that's how alignment works. You get, it's just like the cats in the universe. I'm packing up my bag, y'all. It's like the cats and the spirit animals of the rim. They warn you before a storm. They warn you of destruction before it happens because they moving in alignment. So when you move based off those facts, you also are in alignment. Wow, that's big, big right there. We need to start calling them up though. That's the point. We need to start calling them up, requesting these funds. We need to start requesting these things get done. And we can help each other as a society and we can contribute to the government at that point. So I don't see no losing this. I don't see them confusing this. I don't see them not wanting to do this. And then we'll then have inspire other countries to do just that. Then it'll be a better place everywhere. They won't be in fear of us. They'll see us in a different light. I spoke about this in my other live before I get off and say this. I've had conversations with different natives of different countries that stay here. You know, they most of them on work visas and stuff. And if I've had these conversations, and they've told me several times that I'm nothing like I've have a issue, and then he'll explain to me, well, hey, I'm sorry I did that. You're nothing like this or that and that. This happened before, and they paint us in a different light, and they all say this. Every last one of them, I don't care where they from, they say this about us. We're money hungry and we don't care about each other. Because why they say this is because back home they're in poverty and they have so much more to offer each other based off the way they way of living and giving. They notice the hospitality back home, even doing their corruption, even doing their things that they learned from us. Yes, I say that. they treat each other better. Even their governments, and we always call the governments bad, even their governments treat them better because they live different. They think different. They're more spiritualistic. Here, we're more materialistic. We move based off gains and things. In these other places, they notice this. I would feel like this if we were to change this major thing I said, especially being a cashless society, it would make them feel open and more equal with us. We would have unlocked the mystery box, y'all, as into reproducing naturally both ways, spiritually, which means universal, and physically, meaning we will all be, we'll have resources, we'll never go hungry, we'll all be able to give back to each other, we'll have solved crime and minimized it to its ultimate. We'll have solved depression and finally say we've seen a change since the Great Depression. Oh yeah. We'll have solved so many racist uh, intentions from people feeling like this is why they can't make it, this is why they can't get stuff done because these colored people, this will solve so fucking much. This will solve so fucking much. And I believe if we all start saying this, it'll, it'll get it done. It'll not only get it done, we'll have solved and underlined certain things that's corrupted. Ooh. We'll have solved corruption with things we don't even see, things we don't understand, things we thought we would never see that's being done behind the scenes. Because yeah, baby, corruption is happening everywhere and it's being covered up everywhere. And it's without an exposure that money is the root of it. So what are we gonna do about it, y'all? We're gonna start reaching out to our superiors and requesting things, or we just gonna sit back and let it all just go extinct? And that includes us. So that's something to think about. Okay, yeah, I'm a bad lady. I got all my stuff, dragging all these bags. Why am I like this? I don't know. All right, y'all, let me go in here and kind of tidy up and do what I need to do. Probably get me a few Z's in before I go back out here and try to meet my quota again, because I met it and then had to, oh God, why is my battery and stuff on? Oh God, I gotta run the car for a little bit. Did we leave something on? See, I'm happy that I'm still on here to tell y'all this, but they like to mess with your car a lot. When you on this watch list, they mess with your car a lot. Now, had I not set my ass down with that last, you know what I'm saying, and would have been out there, something just, I don't know, something just happened with the car. So I would have been out there right now because they expect me to be in overdrive because I have so much going on that they, I need to hustle. Perfect time to mess with the car, have you in a bad situation, and this would have been now because my battery light is on, and I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure why it's on, but I'll diagnose it in the morning. I'm just happy to be in this spot right here while it's happening. Okay, let me get off here, y'all. Turn my light off. I'm gonna keep my car crunk for a little bit, but I want my camera to. Yeah, I have my dash camera on here to where I could see behind me really good, but not really in front of me. But that camera that's out there can see me, if that makes sense. So, but I'm gonna sit right here and try to like see if that go off after having the car running for a little bit. If not, I'm just gonna shut it off and check it in the morning. But definitely happened when I was out and went into the store, because before I went live, I had just left the store, and so this is proof that whatever just happened just now. And the only place I've been today was the store, and I got in, turned the car off, and all that. So and they definitely did something that explains the street theater in the store. This is why people need to know about this type of stuff. It's like they almost kind of told me to be safe, to drive safe. And I made a comment about having to work, so I would have been out there because I was in the intention to. I would have been out there with this happen. But I have every little thing that I need. That's why I try to promote this to people that's on this watch list. You need to have these things, especially if you drive. But I got everything as far down to jump the car. Portable jumper that's always full. I got something to pump my tires because I'm always coming out to my tires flat. You gotta have all this stuff, y'all. You gotta even have some type of small, compact, portable type of recharge generator type of thing that you can plug stuff up on in case you in your car or you out and about. You don't even have to have a car to have that, especially if you have a house. If your lights go out, you can use it as a generator, or you can charge stuff up. You can cook stuff on it. You can plug stuff up. And my experiences forced me to have all these things at any given moment. I have bags that I could hold these things in so that I could travel with it, because so much be happening when I'm out and about. Rather it happen at my house while I'm gone with security systems and all. I'll get a message while I'm out says something was tampered with. That's when I know they at my house. Pretty much that's how my life be. And while I'm out and about, my cars tell me. My cars let me know when I'm gone. Somebody just used a universal key or something. Something was unknown, foreign object, just like your body would tell you. A foreign object just entered the car. And my car is doing that right now, letting me know, hey, a foreign object just jumped in the car, opened the car up. That's why that battery low like that. And I guarantee you, now that I see this, tomorrow my oil is gonna be bad. This what happened the other day. I paid attention to how my car was acting, made me go under the hood, check all the oils, and there you go. Under the there's no oil, and I'm like, where the fuck is it coming from? Look under the oil pan thing. They done fucked with it, and the little clamp that the previous owner had on my little the little I forgot what you called it. Damn, it just slipped my mind. They had the little clamp on it, and they done moved, they done unscrewed it and everything, and wiggled it to where they broke the thing to leak out. I go up under there, I fixed it a little bit, but I got about another one of those clamps to secure it on the other side, but I'm gonna use that for now because I just don't have the funds to replace that whole little fucking tube, that whole little shit. And they noticed, that's why they did that like that. Uh, Not really I could do about it except prepare myself and my thing is still saying that the battery is bad. I'm trying to understand what just happened. When they using that MK Ultra software, when they use the MK Ultra software, it can kind of deplete your batteries, your devices. It could cause them to glitch. And while I'm sitting here doing this live, every time I go live, I notice that I'm being like impaired somehow because they want me to sound like I'm on drugs or something. I noticed that a long time ago. It's why like I don't really go live a lot. But sometimes I just want to get stuff off of my chest, and it'll cause me to be sarcastic when I notice that they're using it. And then I say something very sarcastic, and then when I go back and look at it, I realize, damn, that made me seem like I was just having a personality trait disorder or issue. And that's another thing they do. That's the reason they do it, because they know that it makes you look like that. It's all about most of these people that are being uh, in situations like this. They have, like, it's always money involved, and these people have assets that most of them don't know about. Some people don't research for themselves, and they don't have people that tell them the truth. 9 out of 10, they're forced not to tell them. So most of these people go out there throughout their lives not knowing that they left behind, because most of the time they end up dying before they find out that they had these wills and these inheritances, these assets that were entitled to, for them. And 9 out of 10, you go back and look at cases that went swept under the rugs. Those people were amongst those few that had these things left behind for them. Most of us have assets that we probably would never find out about, and it ties to these people who have these rare genetics, because most of their ancestors had things given to them. Like, you'll find 1 or 2 people in your family that had things left to them, wills and assets and things left to them, and most of them get targeted for that main reason too. And this is why we are so confused on why these people on the watch list are being targeted, because 9 out of 10, 90% of them don't fit the profile that they have them listed as. And you never know the angle. Most of them have rare genetics, and then some of them have these wheels left behind. Here we go again, abusing uh, and preventing this person and having access to their inheritance, which gives them a way to live. That's another form of oxygen. And we wonder why we're not reproducing this, because you also not allowing that person to reproduce. What is going on with this? Y'all, I'm watching the car and I'm like really confused. Okay, so sorry, y'all. See, I'm so blessed to be shielded and protected the way I am. Okay, let me try to crank it. What is going on with this? This is live. I should have showed y'all this. This is live. Like, this is a live footage of the MK Ultra and those energy weapons being used. Cause right now my car is acting crazy as shit along with my phone. Did I say how many times that my phone was glitching? I was trying to connect it at first to my hotspot, especially yesterday. I was trying to connect it to my hotspot, and for some reason, it just kept glitching. It kept, like, jumping back to the app screen, to where, you have your cover photo and all that, and it just kept doing that. I press the app, it'll glitch and go back to the view of the apps again. Then I click on that one app again, and then it'll do it over and over. I click on the settings to try to connect to the hotspot again, and boom, it go back to the damn home screen again. It did it for a good 15 minutes till it just gave in and connected to my phone and allowed me. It just did that just now, and that's how I was able to even react to this video. And now look at my baby. I'm a disengage my battery cables in the morning. And we just see what it do right now. I'm gonna disengage my battery cables in the morning, and I guarantee you that's gonna solve my problem. Because what they did was hack into my car system just now. When I was at that store, they hacked into my car system. They're able to do that. If there's a motherboard, there's a way they can hack into it. Am I going too far? These are things they don't want me to tell you, because this stuff will tie them to so many situations, with abrupt situations where cars shut down, because these people can hack into the motherboard and that brain of that car and cause those appliances, I said appliances, will cause those car objects to just stop working. And you think that that person, you have a situation where the person say, man, I just had that service, and you go ahead and blame the person, they didn't do it right. No, they hacked into the brain of your computer, your car. And they disable certain functions that cause certain things that abide by those things, is like the brain of your car. And this dissembled it, and then certain things that depend on that shut down, like the radiators at most times. And you see these similarities where the brake system goes out, because these things connect directly to that computer. If that don't work, then sometimes the car start driving funny. You notice that if you have an imbalanced tire, your car start driving funny. That's a sign of being able to have manipulation, because that's not even what's wrong with the car or how it's acting. The symptoms is you getting makes you feel like something else. That so therefore, when they use this technology, that's the first thing that's gonna shut down. And that's what's happening to my baby right now. I keep putting my car in the shop over and over. I have situations sometimes where the mechanics say, "Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know what happened, but documented it and let me see again." And it's like, damn, these smart motherfuckers. And this explains so many unneeded repair that most of these targets get on their vehicles. If it ain't physical damage, most of these things that that mimic certain things, it ain't even nothing wrong to begin with. It's just that using that software at that moment, and it's causing your car to malfunction. And then I know where it's like going to the doctor's office, those things you were having issues with at home, all of a sudden it's gone. You don't feel it no more. And they're looking at you like it's all in your head, when really they just turned the software off and on. And that's what's happening with your vehicle. Some mechanics, they're not going to be as honest. They may just take your claim and just replace what you wanted so they can get the money off of it. But all the while, there's nothing really wrong with it. Now, certain situations, that part went out, of course, but 9 out of 10 is because they're using that software and it's causing it to shut down. Just like if you put too much on a motherboard and it exceeds the capacity of what's allowed to operate on that system, it shuts it down. Just like a phone, just now it's time to get a new one. That's what happens to most people cars. Hear me out. It's like putting an extra engine on that car at that moment, because the motherboard is reacting to that foreign object like you put a double engine on the car, and now it just shuts down. It's operating as the same as energy. You put too much on it, like God don't give us too much that we can bear, same as he birthed the world. He won't give it too much we won't bear, but most of the time we give it too much to handle, and then it shut down. Just like putting a twin towers up is too much. Oh, okay, so something wrong with my baby. You see what I'm saying? My money maker. This is how I make my money, and for some reason, the folks always mess with my vehicles. Every vehicle I have, I get this. Why is it that? And I don't drive recklessly. I drive slow. Actually, I drive like I'm driving the president around. I got like a soccer mom. I don't dog my cars out. And for some reason, I keep having the same issues, mainly being the damn tires with puncture wounds and the different type of objects punctured into my tires. It's always the same issues that cause the car to situations that cause the car to overheat, situations to where issues where you could tell somebody mess with oil pans that's not natural, all because these people mess with it so that you could be fucked up, mainly so you don't make no money. Here we go, preventing me from being able to breathe and live, because everything I do allows me to be able to survive. It's the same currency that the trees give me to breathe. It serves me in a way that I need it, which means I can manipulate it. We have free will to do that. The problem wasn't us creating the money, it was how we used it against each other that made it bad. It's just like a sin. So if they feel like they one up on us because they prevent us from these things, it's their awakening for them. And like I said, most of them have figured this out too late. They could continue to try to sabotage us for knowing the truth and speaking the truth, but it'll continue to double for them and continue to boomerang in your favor for you every time they do everything they do. Cause I'm seeing it in the physical. I'm just sharing this knowledge because I'm seeing it in the physical in my life every single day, and the reaction is very quick. Like most of the time, like I said, most when you get karma on good thing, when you do something good, you get that karma fast. And in my eyes, when you do something bad, it takes long for it to boomerang back. That's only because you experience that karma when it hit longer, like a surgical hit. And that's the same way we get it when we just live every day. Every single gesture we get, everything single gesture we make, every single interaction we make with people, we get it back. Okay, now I'm talking too goddamn much, y'all. Let me get off this live. I can't believe my baby is acting like this. Let me shut it off. I can't believe my baby is acting like this. You know what? This card is the most valuable player. I don't care what goes down, what happens. It get me where I gotta go. You see how quick they did something at that stove, and my baby got me all the way back here. Every time something happens to my car, it not only tells me like a spirit animal, it gets me huffing and puffing back all the way home, and then it tells me as soon as I get here, like, hey, you need to know this now, don't move. Since we're in alignment, we back where you supposed to be. Let me tell you this now, don't move. Figure it out. All right, y'all, let me get off here. It was nice chatting with y'all. Thank y'all for supporting everybody that's been reaching out to me. I do this for us.